seats are occupied first and then the side ones. It will be easier for the people on the stage to address. Kind request to everyone to please be settled. Shall we start? Yes? Okay. Honorable guests, delegates, and their participants, good morning and a very warm welcome to the National Symposium of Jute Fibres, Sustainable Solutions through Technological Advancements. सुप्रभात एवं हार्दिक अभिनंदन। आदरणीय अतिथिगण, विशिष्टजन और सभी प्रतिभागियों का आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पे स्वागत है। जैसे कि हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया है, वृक्षस्य मूलम निहितम गोप्ता। इस भागवत गीता के वर्ष का ये मतलब है कि although the roots of the tree are hidden within, the branches of it extend wide and far. Just like our humble jute plant, which is the second most used natural fiber after cotton in India. अगर हम जूट की बात करेंगे तो जूट जो है वो ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया से ओरिजिनेट करता है, especially grown in West Bengal. Yes, and the versatile applications of jute have long been the identity, or rather I should say they have been the trademark for the Indian textile industry. However, the increasing environmental concern and the pressing need for sustainable practices have made it essential to shift our focus more towards natural fibers and developing products along those lines. But why jute, you may ask? Why especially jute? There are many more natural fibers which India can develop. So why are we talking about just jute? Many of you may know that jute is commonly known in India as the golden fiber. And there is a reason why it is known so. Not just because of its beautiful color, but otherwise also it has other properties which make it so popular, like its durability, its anti-static properties, and much more. And the most important property, I should say, is its 100% biodegradability, which makes it ideal for providing sustainable solutions. During the course of this event, we would be exploring many applications of jute in the field of technical textiles. As we begin this auspicious event, it would be our honor to invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage. May I request the TR team to escort our first guest for today on the dais, Shri S.K. Chandra, Technical Chairman, Indian Jute Mills Association. Welcome, sir. Our next guest for today is Professor Anil K. Gupta, a visiting faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, founder of Honeybee Network, National Innovation Foundation, Shishti and Jian. A very warm welcome, sir. Our next guest for today is Ms. Shri Prashant Kumar Meena, Joint Mission Director, National Technical Textile Mission, NTTM. Welcome, sir. Next, we have a very special guest. He is one of the world's leading environmental educators and the founder director of the Center for Environmental Education. The key role of this organization is to create public awareness about environmental conservation and sustainable development. He is also the managing trustee of the Nehru Foundation for Development, established by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, and is closely associated with various institutions, namely the Vikram Sarabhai Community Service Center, Viksat Chetna Khamid. In 2012, he was honored with the Padma Shri Award by the Government of India for his exceptional and distinguished service in the field of environmental education. Dear participants, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for today, Shri Kartikeya Sarabhai. Welcome, sir. Next, we would like to invite on stage Dr. Mahadev Datta, Joint Director and National Jute Board. Please welcome on stage Shri Pragnesh Shah, Director, Atira. Dr. Tanmay Gangopadhyay, Deputy Director, Atira. I would now like to invite the dignitaries seated on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp and commemorate the event.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमः.
Thank you, everyone. I would now invite Shri Pragnesh Shah, Director, Atira, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the symposium. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed panelists, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Atira, I welcome you all to this National Symposium on Jute Fibres, Sustainable Solutions through Technological Advancements. Today we gather here with a purpose to explore how nature's one of the most versatile fiber, jute, can drive technological development and the sustainability in this increasingly resource-conscious world. We are honored to have with us our chief guest, Shri Kartikeya Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary leader whose contribution for environment education and sustainability are legendary. Mr. Sarabhai, your legacy continues to inspire generations, and we eagerly look forward to hearing from you your insights on how jute and natural fibers can become central to sustainable future. We are privileged to have with us Padma Shri awardee Professor Anil K. Gupta, whose groundbreaking work in grassroots innovation has redefined sustainable development. Professor Gupta, your relentless passion for innovation in the intersection of technology and nature has already changed so many lives. We eagerly await your keynote address on jute, the way forward, as it will no doubt spark new ideas and inspire us to think differently. Warm welcome to Sri Prashant Kumar Meena, Joint Mission Director, National Technical Textile Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Your leadership in mission to elevate technical textile and integrate natural fibers like jute into mainstream application is critical to shaping the future of this sector. I also welcome Dr. Mahadev Datta, Joint Director, National Jute Board. If this conference is happening, he is one of the main contributor or the main person who contributed the most to this conference. I also welcome Mr. Chandra to this conference. The purpose of the conference was to promote jute and promote jute in a way that gets value addition. Now, jute has been used in the country for many years, rather centuries, and we were debating how old is jute in the country. The first history records is something like 1590. It has been used, and it has been very widely used. 4 million families today are dependent on this fiber in the country for their livelihood. However, there are two issues. One is from the perspective of the value addition. The jute is being used for low-end products, which is mainly the packaging. How can we use the jute to the technical products of textiles where the income for the jute could be enhanced? And this symposium is to find various alternatives for using this wonder fiber for the value addition. The second most important thing is what the earth faces is the climate change and the resource crunch. We need to go back to all the natural fibers which we have abundance and we can use them. Jute is one of those fiber which can help to solve our resource problem in the earth. These are the two important objectives with which this symposium is called for. I thank you once again to all of you and to the speakers over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We are really energized with them, and it was a wonderful introduction to all our esteemed guests. We would now proceed to the next segment of our event, which is a special address and by our esteemed guests and felicitation ceremony. Our first guest for today is S.K. Chandra, Technical Chairman, IJMA.
Good morning, everybody. I'm S.K. Chandra. I'm associated in jute industry for a long period. Now, thank you to Atira and NGB for organizing this symposium on jute. Now, about our jute industry, I'm giving you only few points. Jute industry is mostly connected and in production for packaging. Now, day has come, we'll have to change our attitude, our production planning, and other things. Jute industry, development of jute industry started very late compared to cotton, synthetic and other. We have started. Now, for improvement, we'll have to go for diversified product, value-added product, for which we need this research associations help. We have one research association, that is Indian Jute Industries Association, but there are others research association is there. But they are not very much interested, or they don't have scope. I should say don't have scope to do research on jute. I welcome other research association also to study, to research for development of technical textile, geotextile and others, rather than packaging material. For that, if any help they require from the industry, I assure them they will get it. I welcome them for doing research, industry-based industry. By that, industry will be benefited. We were lacking for that. NGB is there, IGM is there. So any type of association or help or anything, they will, IGM will do, and I think NGB will also do. Now, one saying or the jute industry is a sunset industry. Friends, it is wrong, very much wrong. It's not sunset industry at all. But we will have to change our attitude. We change our planning. We will change our marketing. So only by doing production it will not do it. We will have to go do marketing also at the same time. And our industry's problem, we don't have in unit-wise or group-wise, we don't have research opportunity. That has to be done by either ISIRA or other research institution. Now we have changed. Our thought has changed. One problem, this product, this is a cultivation product. Huge cultivators are involved in cultivation, but it has been concentrated in eastern side of India. The 90% production is being done in West Bengal, whether it is raw jute or jute product. Now, ITERA has come with NGB, so I hope that industry will get benefit out of this symposium, and NGB is also doing, they are also trying to develop this industry. So my submission to ITERA, they can start over and above ISIRA, they can start also research on jute. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are very glad to have this invite from your side for extending our research in jute and jute products. Our research team will definitely be very excited to explore this option. I would now request Dr. Tanmay to felicitate Shri S.K. Chandra. Next, I would like to welcome Shri Prashant Kumar Meena, Joint Mission Director, NTTM, for the for the address.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege. Am I audible? Yes. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege to be here at this National Symposium of Jute. I would like to extend warm welcome to all the eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Jute fiber have played a crucial role towards the growth of technical textile industry of India, especially in the pack segment, where they have been predominantly utilized in the manufacturing of sacks and bags. Jute Asian bags and sacks are still amongst the largest manufactured technical textiles category in the country. But jute fibers are not just limited to production of basic technical textile commodities. Nowadays, its complementary physical and chemical properties has allowed jute to be utilized in manufacturing of various value-added items like geotextiles, home textiles, agro-textiles, composites for automobile industry, etc. Friends, technical textiles has an application in more than 10 line ministries of central government, whether it is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, whether it is Ministry of Agriculture, whether it is Jal Shakti Ministry. So you can think about innovative ideas how jute can be utilized in all these application part of these ministries. As the ESG norms have become more stringent about the use of synthetic fibers, so jute's sustainable and biodegradable nature make it a preferred choice for technical textiles manufacturing. As I told you earlier, that technical textiles find application in different end user industries. From the government perspective, there are more than 10 line ministries wherein technical textiles find an overlap with their focus areas. With such a vast coverage area, India's technical textile sector has a huge potential to, contribute towards building a new and developed India by 2047, as our Honorable Prime Minister also visioned for that. The government realizes the potential of using jute in more innovative technical textile applications. As a representative of Ministry of Textiles, I want to encourage all the stakeholders present here in this conference to participate in the National Technical Textile Mission, the flagship initiative of Ministry of Textiles. We assure you the necessary support by government in bringing your technical textiles focused ideas into reality. Jute focused institutions and stakeholders can also take support of other NTTF initiatives, including promotion, education of technical textiles in academic institutes, skill development, internship program, export promotion and market development. We recently approved a technical textiles course in Ahmedabad University also. You may visit the NTTM website. You visit Ministry of Textiles, then you can follow the NTTM page. There you will find all the 6 guidelines, what support we are providing to the industry, academic institutes and to the young entrepreneurs also. I will request Atira also to at least you incubate 5 startups this year on jute-based composites. At least you start working on this. Or I call all these young, students here to please think in that direction and take support of Atira to work in this direction. To give you an insight on the support offered to jute segment under NTTM, I want to mention that Mission is funding 5 research projects currently that are focused on developing innovative ways of using jute in technical textiles applications. We are also supporting ISRA in conducting an international conference in December on topic natural fiber-based technical textiles promoting sustainability beside mitigating effect of global warming and plastic pollution. I will conclude my speech by re-emphasizing the government's commitment to the development of technical textile sector and important role jute can play in it. I wish the best of success to the conference. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, We are so glad to have your support. As you rightly said, that the jute industry is not limited to PACTEC, it is much more vast right now. I would now request Ms. Dipali Palawat to felicitate Sir Prashant Kumar Meena. Our next speaker for today is Professor Anil K. Gupta, who is a visiting faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, founder of Honey Bee Network, National Innovation Foundation, Shrishti and Jian.
Good morning, friends. This is an amazing confluence of industry, government, scientists, scholars, young minds and startups, which is thinking about future of jute, not just in textile, but all other fields. While studying the various applications that are emerging, which I will discuss more detail later, I was intrigued by the potential that jute has, which has remained untapped. Right from some of the waste, so-called waste, which are produced in the life cycle of jute plant to fiber. For example, the retting liquid. I didn't know that the microorganisms that help decompose the jute stick into the fibers are having so much potential. The Parali problem of North India, where they have not found yet a decomposer, the consortia of microorganisms from retting. Retting is the process by which when you wet the stick, the fibers get separated. The microorganisms, they process the cellulose and separate the fiber. It can reduce from 20 days to 10 days. That is the power of these microorganisms. Same microorganisms will solve one more problem, which will make jute appear in your hands, in your home, in your kitchen very soon, hopefully, which is a biodegradable laminating substance for jute bags. This is my wish, because if we want to increase its usage in the entire e-commerce business of our country, where various edibles are packed in plastic, in future, if they are packed in jute fibers, lined with biodegradable bioplastic, which these microorganisms will make it possible, you know what wonderful thing will happen? Some of you may not know that microplastics, because of the excessive use of plastic, have now been found in a publication in Nature. It was published 2 weeks ago. Even in our brain, the blood-brain barrier has been crossed by microplastics. So microplastics are doing such a great damage, not only to our environment, but to us, to our body. And we have to find alternative to them, and jute may provide that alternative. So it is a very promising material which needs tremendous amount of research support. And I hope that Ministry and the Jute Commission will think about very attractive challenge awards. I will close by giving you an example what Gandhiji did. 24th July 1929. After spending 10 years with tremendous frustration in not finding a solution for a spinning wheel which is more productive, he announced a challenge award of 7,700 pounds, which is equivalent to 1 lakh rupees then, 10 crore rupees today. We don't have a single award, Mr. Meena, of that size today, but 10 crore is not a big amount for this industry which provides jobs for 7 lakh families. You know, it is a small amount. If we can announce challenge awards to mobilize the best of the scientific and technological mind in public and private sector, in IITs, in ISC, and all other top labs of our country, and also grassroots innovators to develop new applications for the whole jute chain, value chain, we would have achieved breakthrough in finding and making this a sunshine industry and not sunset, as Mr. Chandra said. I will also suggest that there is a need for engaging and creating a knowledge network where electronics, chemists, biotechnologists, and other scientists should become part of the network, because as I will share with you, you will be intrigued to see how wonderful applications in electronics, sensors, and even solar technologies, flexible solar panels are being blended with the jute fiber to create new applications for thermoregulation. Atira has already developed an insulation material which works in Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh, 40 material which has been able to help our people on the border withstand very low temperatures and also helps in very high temperatures. So I think I congratulate Atira and Jute Board and all other members of the organizing committee for such a outstanding meeting today. And I have learnt a lot in this process because I have been intrigued and inspired by what jute can do to our economy and to our life, all of our health and our well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Such an important message shared, that knowledge only increases when shared amongst people. And your innovative ideas will definitely find applications with us, sir. I would now request Dr. Datta to felicitate Professor Anil Kumar Gupta.
All plastic will go out from the mementos and everything else. Atira will have to provide us this material in future for all mementos that we like. This material that we are saying is a true clothing made here. I'm so happy to have this.
This is also quite a good dream to supply it by industry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So nice.
Our next address is from our chief guest for today, Shri Kartikeya Sarebhai.
Dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, and so much knowledge in this room on jute. It's quite humbling to see that. It's strange that just a few days ago, when we were discussing about plastics and plastic packaging, I was thinking of jute. And I was wondering, I don't know much about it, but I was wondering, why is it that we continue plastic as if we don't have alternatives? And as Anil ji was saying just now, people who even segregate waste and put all their biodegradable waste, they put it in a plastic bag and then they throw it. And then, as you say, besides the human brain, you see cattle eating that, you see other eating that. So you cannot actually take that bag and put it in a thing because it's covered in plastic. And these are sort of thoughts going on. And the next morning I get this call from Atira saying that there's this jute symposium and would you come there? So I said there must be some connection somewhere that one is doing it, because I was thinking of it the previous evening and here we are. We have already referred to this huge crisis which the earth is now realizing. The crisis has been building up. And as you were talking about whether it was sunset industry or not, luckily sunset follows by a sunrise. So we might miss a period, the human history post-industrial revolution really lost a lot of its basic knowledge. We got so carried away with fossil fuels, so carried away with industrial processes, and the whole idea of development was very skewed. It was skewed towards what we see in the West today, till such time as we had to put a stop to it. In '92 was the first UN conference in environment and development, as perhaps many of you know, at Rio, and we were asked to help write the India report. And just one sentence from that report was that the challenge of development is not how to get there, but how not to, because it is pulling you. It's the whole development model is pulling you and attracting you to one model. And how do you resist that? And how do you have an alternate paradigm of development? Anilji also spoke about Gandhiji in 1929, one of the largest so far industrial awards. But at that same year, 28, he was talking to Ghanshyam Birla, again in Calcutta. And Gandhiji said that if we stick to this model of development, we will strip the world bare like locusts landing on a field. Because that he was not using the word sustainable development all there in those days, but the meaning was very much there. And that alternative model is what we are looking for. And as was mentioned, India has got a target of, as Mr. Meena was mentioning, 2047 when we want a Viksit Bharat. What is that Viksit Bharat? That needs to be defined. And today he put a very specific challenge. What is the role of jute in that Viksit Bharat? Can we say that Viksit Bharat you will not have to clap when you see a jute bag, because everyone would have seen it and everyone would have said that this is in fact the norm and not the exception. I didn't know much about it. As we were having tea, I was told that there was a policy that grains, am I right, food products have to be packed in jute bags. And it must have been a remarkable decision. But I think what we should now aim at is to say that all waste products, from household waste to any other waste, especially biodegradable waste, has to be packed in jute bags as you throw it into the municipality. We already talked about segregation of waste. So we've been teaching segregation, but after segregation, they still put it in a plastic bag and throw it. Now, if you could do that, obviously the requirement of jute would go up by many fold. Just that one policy decision, that just like segregation, it took a while for people to say that there will be 2 bins. Now you say that this green bin means you have to put it in a jute bag or perhaps other natural fibers. As Minaji was saying, we are also promoting. Now that alone would be huge. But we have to essentially start changing attitudes. And it was mentioned earlier that how do people look at this? How do people look at khadi, for instance? How do they look at jute? Do we only look at it as some old something, or do we see it as fashion? Sometimes we do need fashion leaders to tell it. I suppose in those days, when the Beatles started using yoga, India woke up. Till then our Indians used to think of yoga as something backwards. Today we have a government which is promoting this. The Prime Minister is very clearly talking about traditions which are sustainable. In 2015, when we were having the climate change COP, and 2015, if you remember, was when we had the Paris Agreement, Prime Minister said that let us put together a book on what are the Indian traditions which are climate compatible or climate possible. And we started collecting it. And there was no end to it. We had to actually put a stop to this, because everything from a simple thing in Gujarat of making khakra, which is wasted rotis in the previous day, which you dehydrate and you can store it, is a climate action because you don't need a fridge. Or when we went to Kashmir, the living room, under the living room was the room where they kept the goats and sheep. And when our Ahmedabad architects, not knowing, asked them, why is this happening? They said, no, we don't want the heat to be wasted. So it keeps our living room warm. But these are traditions which we had. And for years, we had stopped looking at our own traditions to go forward. And I think the whole change has happened now. We are looking, our organization is involved in people's biodiversity registers. And the knowledge which is coming out with these varieties, with everything, is so much. And the knowledge which exists in Eastern India on jute, I don't know how much of it is even documented well enough to do it. But what is required is the professional bodies like Atira really going. And so therefore, one of those very happy moments today is for someone like me who didn't know Atira was involved in jute, to say that you are. And the leadership, I've sort of grown up knowing about Atira. And I remember as a child seeing my first treadmill ever in Atira. I didn't know what was happening. There was a hot room, and here were these people running, and there was this measurements going on what happens in a loom shed in those temperatures. But Atira is an iconic institution which is really leading the path in, especially in this in technical fibers and the sort of potential of this. Today, as the national education policy, the new textbooks are being written. And as you all know, there was the national education policy, the NCF, and then there are committees. So there's a committee looking at environment, and I'm currently chairing it, so I do this. But we are preparing a textbook for the 10th standard, which the government has said will go to every child in India. Every person who does 10th standard will have this. So we ask the question, what is it that every person in India must know? Just write down what are the things which every person in India should know, irrespective of whether you're the managing director of a large firm, you are a farmer, you are an electrician or whatever. And as of today, I do realize that the knowledge of jute has to be there. People in India must know, everyone, and we've got a vehicle through which this will happen, the fantastic potential of this material, and how do we make it into something which is, fashion is not necessarily the best word of it, but just like khadi has moved to a certain extent from being an old fiber to something which is different, then what does it stand for? People need to realize what it is, the history of it. Even while we were having tea, we were looking at history and what it went back to. Anilji was telling us about how the ancient India doing it, how the ropes were made, how everything else was done, and the power of this. So I'm just wanting to say, let us wish this great success. I wanted to end by saying that there are things which are being lost in India, and the BT cotton, when it came up, its great success also meant that our own fibers were getting totally lost. And Kala cotton was one of them, which was in the Kutch area and things. And through an organization called Khamir, which we are part of, we managed to bring it back. And although it's a coarse fiber, it was brought back. There are now mills running in it. Now no longer does it require support. And it has formed its own niche in the market. Even globally, people are saying that this is fantastic fiber. There's an inquiry from Japan just now that can we look at this fiber, and along with it, there is a story, there's a history of that. And I think jute needs that. People need to understand what is jute, what is the story behind jute, not just seeing the end product, but understanding what it stands for, what a wonderful fiber it is. So let us all work towards this. We certainly, as an organization which is working in creating public awareness, and on all the three triple crises, biodiversity, pollution, and climate change, jute comes into all of that. Jute comes into all of that. But I would think that let us also, we have the textile ministry here, let's also look at policy changes, which might also be able to give a big fillip, and of course the research here. So thank you very much, and it's a learning for me, but I look forward to working with many of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, we will make sure that jute is not only used as a fashionable fiber, but used for the technical applications that it is capable of. I would now request Pradnesh sir to kindly felicitate Kartikeya Sarabhai. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. So I would like to convey that this event would not have been possible without the support of NJB, especially Dr. Datta. We have a detailed session with Dr. Datta later on during the course of this event, where he would be talking about jute and jute geotextiles. As of now, I would request Dr. Tanmay Gangopadhyay to felicitate Dr. Datta. Moving on to the next segment of our event, dear participants, we are excited to announce the release of a latest technical literature on jute titled Jute Tech Revolution Driving Innovation in Sustainable Technologies. All the dignitaries who are seated on the dais, there is a book in front of you which is tied with a ribbon. I would request everyone to please open that ribbon and this publication. Okay, so everyone has this book in their welcome kit, so you can open and have a look at the book. ज़्यादा टाइट कर दिया. Okay, so I would like to give a little bit brief about this book. This publication is a compilation of the extensive research, successful projects, and new products developed using jute as the key ingredient. We hope that this would prove to be a brilliant resource for everyone seated, and also a start point for many more innovative projects to come in future. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, collaborative efforts are a key to unlocking new possibilities. With innovation at its peak, MOU signing today is just not a formal agreement, but also a synergistic collaboration and a commitment to work together towards a shared goal. Like we say, the whole is always greater than the sum of its parts. Our strength together is more, and together we can work to developing new products and exploring new innovations in the field of natural fibers and have new applications as well. So during this event, we are going to be exchanging 4 MOUs. The first one being, I would like to welcome the representative from NFSU for the exchange. The next exchange will take place between Blind People's Association and ATIRA. I would like to invite the representative of Blind People Association.
What use करेंगे क्या use करेंगे which material are they going to use blind schools what are we going to use natural fiber composites for the plywood furniture prosthetic leg अच्छा prosthetic leg that shapes अच्छा in case of nylon we use very good
The next exchange will take place between Isha Biodegradable. I would like to invite the representative from Isha Biodegradable. One more second. Last exchange is with Braid Tech. I would like to invite the representative of Braid Tech to please come on stage. Next, I would like to request Dr. Datta to kindly felicitate Pragnesh sir. With this, we have come to an end of our inaugural ceremony. I would like to request Dr. Tanmay Gangopadhyay to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello, good morning. As we conclude the inaugural session of the National Symposium on Jute Fibres, Sustainable Solution through Technological Advancement, it is my honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to making this event possible. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Kartikeya Sarabhai, for gracing us with his presence and sharing his insightful address. Your words have set the stage for a meaningful dialogue on sustainable and innovation. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Padma Shri Professor Anil K. Gupta for your valuable presence today and for accepting our request. We are eagerly looking forward to your keynote address on future of jute fibers and sustainable development. A heartfelt thanks to Mr. Prashant Kumar Meena, Joint Mission Director, NTTM, Ministry of Textiles, for joining us and showing the Ministry's continued support in advancing the jute sector. I am grateful to Sri Pragnesh Shah, Director ATIRA, for his warm welcome and for leading ATIRA's initiative in promoting sustainable advancement in the field of jute. Sir, without your time-to-time guidance, this program would not have been possible to organize. A special mention goes to National Jute Board for their continued support and contribution for promoting the jute across various sectors. Your efforts in promoting natural fibers have been instrumental in driving the sector forward. Specifically, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mahadev Datta, Joint Director Technical NJB, for his active participation and time-to-time contribution in organizing today's symposium. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all our panelists and speakers who will be sharing their expertise with us throughout the day. Your contribution are key to enriching the discussion on jute fiber applications and market opportunities, and we are all eager to learn from your experiences. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to ATIRA for organizing this meaningful symposium and for all the technical, administrative, and logistic support provided. ATIRA's commitment to innovative natural fiber, especially jute, is truly commendable. The technical and organizing support provided by NJB and ATIRA has been crucial in making today's symposium a reality. To all the participants, thank you for your presence and active engagement. Your involvement is what makes this symposium truly meaningful, and we hope you find today's discussion valuable. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to management of AMA, Ahmedabad Management Association, for providing this JB Auditorium and other related support. Special thanks to Sri Unmesh Dikshit, Executive Director, AMA. Last, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing team comprising of Dr. Ankush Sharma, Ms. Jyoti Tachkar, Ms. Anita Kapoor, and Ms. Anjali Vadani for your tireless work in putting this event together. Your efforts have ensured that today's event will be both informative and impactful. I look forward to the presentation and discussion that lie ahead, and I hope we all have the fresh insights and inspiration for promoting jute as a sustainable solution. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you very much.
Exhibition नहीं हाँ ये सर डाइस के नीचे बैठा देते हैं बिल्कुल नीचे So, with the end of the inaugural ceremony, I would request all the distinguished guests to please be seated down. I request everyone to please be seated. everything is set.
चेंजर है
हाँ है.
नहीं लेकिन ये फिर कब करना है?
I would request everyone to please be settled. We are going to be starting the presentations now. So the first presentation will be from Professor Anil Kumar Gupta. Passionate about supporting grassroots innovations, Professor Anil Gupta is the founder of Honeybee Network. He is also a visiting faculty at IIM Ahmedabad. One of his most popular courses at IIM is the Shodh Yatra, which is the research walk, under which he takes management students to different parts of the country to learn from local communities and study their knowledge system. He was awarded the Padma Shri in 2004 for his contributions to management education. Jute products have a wide history, from the basic jute bag that we have been using from so many years in India for grain storage to Hessian fabrics, bags, ropes, carpets. This all is now moving towards a sustainable legacy with the breakthrough innovations in the fast emerging technical textile industry. But have you thought, what next? With that question in mind, let us invite Professor Anil Gupta for his key address on Jute Way Forward.
ये चल रही है, I'll do it from here. Friends, I would focus on the things that others will not speak about. So I'm going to exclude the major discussion on textile, on bags, on all of those applications with which you are very familiar. But I will talk about supercapacitors, which jute is capable of producing. I will talk about sensors, which jute is capable of producing. Talk about enzymes, which jute is able to produce. In other words, in health, in electronics, in energy, in food, in functional food, whole range of applications which somehow we may have ignored all these years, I will focus in the next 25-30 minutes. So first about a line about Honeybee Network. We give voice, visibility and velocity to the innovators in formal as well as informal sector. So we give Gyati Award to the students and we give HBN Kriya Award both globally and nationally to innovators for innovations for grassroots and from grassroots. We are looking at frugal innovations, inclusive innovations, and sustainable innovation, which essentially means promoting circular economy, an economy which produces no waste. And jute, incidentally, as we all know, is one commodity which you will very seldom find in the waste of the country. This is one product which gets utilized in the chain very well. We also must ensure that the innovations are accessible, affordable, and available. There are a large number of solutions. Mr. Meena was mentioning that we have many solutions, a lot of work has been done, but it is not being deployed, it is not available. So that is a challenge which we have to solve through translational research, translation of knowledge into practice. And that is something that we have to focus on in the future. The reason why I chose some of the less studied areas of jute is that a change not monitored is a change not desired. If we do not focus on things which are easily available with the little input of the science and technology and management, then we probably will not be wishing them. So let me begin with this beginning, which is seed. Now, jute seed extract has been used to suppress the bladder cancer cells. It is more effective than mitomycin. In other words, when you look at the choice, a drug of choice, and use that as a control and compare that with the extract efficacy, you find that jute seed extract is more effective and has less side effects. That is the power. 2023 paper. Presence of vanillic acid and naringin in jute seed samples confer health benefits like prevention of cancer, diabetes, obesity, neurodegenerative diseases, cardiovascular and hepatic diseases. Jute leaves are even more interesting. They are cooked. There is a traditional knowledge where they are cooked in vegetables, their soup is made, large number of stews are made, salad and slide. But the dried jute leaves can also be used to make herbal teas. Now imagine in every home when your jute leaf tea will be there on your table and you will offer it. I mean, I'm sure Atira should start offering it to every visitor, a jute leaf tea. आपके बोर्ड में माधव भाई जूट और मीना जी आपके ऑफिस में जूट लीफ की टी जब लोगों को ऑफर होगी, लोग पीपल विल रजिस्टर एंड नेवर फॉरगेट इट. इट्स ए मेमोरी मैनेजमेंट. हम लोग मैनेजमेंट में बात करते हैं हाउ टू मैनेज मेमोरीज, हाउ टू मेक पीपल रिकॉल ideas and events, and that is where we need some surprising applications which people will have not expected. When something is surprising, it gets commissioned to our memory. It is rich in nutrients, vitamin A, C, calcium, iron, magnesium. And mind you, as the people age, magnesium is very important for coordination and balancing also. So it is extremely useful for adults, senior people. Antioxidant properties, it supports digestion and helps to prevent constipation. So modern lifestyles will find jute leaf a bonanza for the lazy life that you lead and have all the problem. Anti-inflammatory applications, immune boosting applications, skin and hair health application. Why would we ignore this knowledge, which is so well established and documented? It is just a little challenge that we have to take of having a whole field of trials and testing to be done, because it is anyway used for food, so it is safe. There is no toxicity issue at all in jute leaves. Now I will move to the area of electronics. And many of you might not know that nanocellulose, cellulose nanofibers, and cellulose monocrystals exhibit exceptional properties, better than most other materials for which nanocarbon tubes have been used for thermal stability, crystallinity. It has immense potential across various research domains like nanocellulose synthesis, scaffolding fabrication, nanocarbon tubes, as I mentioned, material preparation, life sciences, electronics, energy storage devices, new age batteries, drug discovery, nanomaterial synthesis, food packaging, and paper industry, etc. What I'm trying to suggest is that we have to move to the high value end of the chain. We are at the moment very low value end. The material which is put to low value end, unfortunately, doesn't get respect. Khadi got respect when it became a fabric for elite. जब 3,000 रुपए का कुर्ता बिका उसका फैब इंडिया ने, तब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट बनी ना. We are talking about not 3,000, we are talking about 30,000, 3 lakh rupees per gram materials. I must thank Tanmay and Mahadev. You have educated me so much in the last 2 weeks because of your pressure. I wouldn't have studied this. I'm telling you honestly. But you have now made it an obsession. Because when I see this potential, I find that we have been ignoring it, unfortunately, so much in the past. So what is possible in jute electronics? Supercapacitors. These supercapacitors are coated with conductive materials and various kinds of compounds which provide alternative to traditional energy storage devices. We are moving into next orbit. With all EVs and everything else that is going on in the country, we are using materials which are toxic and also create a lot of waste. We are trying to find high energy storage, fast charging, and at the same time, low toxicity or low waste. Sensors for measuring temperature and humidity, and wearable and smart packaging will be one of the ideal application of jute. So jute fiber with embedded sensors will help track the thermoregulation and other aspects. Composite filament for 3D printing, I was talking about how nice it will be if the filament that you have used for prosthetic could be further modified for 3D printing, so that the extensive use of plastic in all tinkering labs, in all innovation labs where 3D fabrication is done, prototyping is done, the rapid prototyping is done. We want this material to come in instead of plastic. We want to replace plastic because of the waste that is associated. It is it is a low conductivity material, that's why it is used for insulation. So when combined with nanoparticles, it can be developed to conductive electrodes, which can be used in batteries and supercapacitors. Now I come to one of the areas which has been neglected most, as I promised, jute retting liquid. This is done by the porous people in the porous regions. You soak the sticks in the water, and the water becomes colored, and this water is then thought about as a waste. But as I told Mahadev last time I met him, I said, now I will tell you what are the potential uses of this water, which is amazingly useful. Fertilizer, it has a lot of nitrates, so it will promote growth. Biogas, which is low end use. Pesticide, water treatment, it can be used for water purification. It contains organic compound that can be broken down to remove contaminant from the water. Can you imagine? The waste of the jute industry will make the wastewater clean because of the compound that it has. Industrial applications such as production of adhesive dyes and other chemical products can be made out of this jute retting liquid. The compounds which can be used in industry, lignin, pectin, cellulose, phenolic compound, all of these are very important in the industry, and we will be able to get natural preservative from jute retting liquid. We are all tired of sodium benzoate and sodium metabisulfite, which are used in preservative as food. Now we will have natural preservative from this material. In the pharmaceutical sector, phenolic compounds can be used to have antioxidant properties. We will engage biotechnologists, we will engage microbiologists, we will engage food scientists, we will engage the nutritionist, we will engage the physiologist, medical hospitals, medical institutes in the research network to ensure that these applications become realized and we can provide solutions to our society at much lesser cost by using material which also is very low cost. So affordability is inherent in anything you do with jute. Only thing is we have to make sure that this research doesn't remain only in dreams. Retting liquid as a preservative. I just picked up one use of among the various uses of chemical compound, and I said I'm tired of chemical preservatives in our food, in agriculture, in our nutrition, in our drugs. So even for wood preservation, you use chemicals to prevent termite attack. We will use natural compounds in the retting liquid, which can make wood safe from termites and other attacks for long time. Food preservation, it can be applied to food packaging material to prevent spoilage. As I was telling you, as I will discuss a few slides later, we are going to have bioplastic kind of material which can be used to laminate the jute fiber bags, so that you can use it for storing pulses. I told him that I want to buy organic products and I want them to be packed in biodegradable packs, because that is what will be compatible with my lifestyle or my life values. But it is not possible today. But this meeting today will prove to be a historic meeting if we can come out with these products and replace the plastic from this sector. Cosmetic and pharmaceutical preservatives, the efficacy of the product, because it prevents microbial contamination. I had shown him a wall of a house in Anantnag, which we saw in 2007 during our Shodhyatra there, which had not a single blemish, because jute fiber was mixed with the clay and straw of the paddy to make this wall antimicrobial. So even clean rooms can be made out of this. Now, what are the way forward? The last two slides that I will mention, and if there are questions, we will discuss that. I would wish that we have very attractive challenge awards, 5 crore, 10 crore of that kind, that's order, which will motivate and excite the best scientists, the best technologists, the best professionals in the country to work together. And jute value chain, the entire jute value chain has to be valorized. So biodegradable antimicrobial laminating coating of jute fabric for packaging material. This to me is one wish on which I would wish to have a large challenge award. Because if this is done, you replace plastic containers for all animals. Your chips, your snacks, your namkeens, whatever you have, all of that will then come in jute bags lined with biodegradable laminating material. That is the solution for taking care of a huge menace of our society. Our Swachhata mission is getting difficult to achieve because of the plastic waste that we produce at a speed higher than any municipality can remove. It is so much waste that is going every day. And we have an answer to that. Jute community has an answer to that, if we can put our head and soul together. I would also suggest that we should create a distributed knowledge network, including multiple disciplines, to characterize spatial, seasonal, and sectoral variations in jute. Jute grows right from Assam, Bengal, and some parts of Bihar and other places. So we need to look at variations in the soil, climate, and other conditions, and then see whether the jute leaves, the jute stem, jute fiber will have different properties that we will need to leverage in future applications. So we have not yet looked at variability in the jute. We treat all fiber as alike. We treat all stems as alike. We treat all leaves as alike. This is not right. Nature is highly variable. Nature believes in diversity. Nature, there is nothing constant, nothing uniform. Now this diversity we have to highlight and then leverage for different applications. That is when the regions will specialize in different kinds of applications rather than liquid, as I said, retting liquid. How do we create in situ processing? We don't want to transport huge liquid to factories and then process it. For example, molasses from sugar industry is taken and then processed. Can we develop some intermediate processes, small units, which will process them in the villages? Then that semi-processed material will come to the factories for developing other products. That is one of the wish that I have. I believe in decentralized development, because if you don't do any value addition in local economy, local villages, then villagers will remain poor. So if some value addition takes place there, income will flow to them and their quality of life will improve. Application in insulation, UV radiation blockage. Can you imagine an umbrella of jute fiber in summer and in rainy season with lamination? Because it also blocks UV radiation. UV radiation is used to treat the gamma radiation, and UV radiation is used to treat fibers. But instead of treating the fiber, we are now talking about blocking UV radiation. There are a lot of studies which have shown that it can be very useful material. Polymers, functional food, plant protection are some of the new uses which are with huge potential. Gyan and Honeybee Network will be a willing partner in this game, and we will very much wish that we create an all India coordinated program on screening of retting microorganisms and unconventional applications for bioplastic. Just imagine if in North India, where there is a huge pollution problem and the scientists have not found any solution yet of degrading the parali or the bio waste in the field, but I mentioned to you a study which has reduced the decomposition period of during retting from 20 days to 10 days by using a microbial consortium extracted from the jute retting liquid itself. If it can halve the decomposition period for jute fiber, why wouldn't it do that for the other bio waste? So jute will provide answer through microbial consortia that we identified. So this is a fit case for a very important program which will generate so much payoff that we will be able to help people pay more for keeping the jute agriculture, jute farming alive. And last point that I would mention is that jute bags are excellent, durable thermo insulation and acoustic management material. Some work has been done at Atira also, and I think there is a massive effort required for high-end upcycling of used fiber. So let me close by saying that I am very optimistic. I'm very charged, very excited and inspired when I studied for the last few weeks this issue. And I see so much potential for high-end uses of jute. Whole value chain, I'm not just talking of fiber, the whole value chain we have to leverage, because sometimes the low-end waste material like retting, I have found that will be the one which will provide us very useful microorganisms. Thank you so much and God bless. Any question? Any comment? Anybody pretty excited as I am feeling?
Any questions, audience? Please go ahead, sir. अभी break के बाद.
For upland, see, there are two varieties. One is upland and one is lowland. So the upland variety can be tried in the southern part at least. So southern part of Gujarat, we could have upland varieties because that moisture level will be sufficient for upland variety, but not the remaining part. Yes, please.
We are getting it from Maharashtra to Auditorium. Now, Krajia has tried plantation of jute in eastern or northern India, even southern India. That is not only weather, that is soil condition.
Soil condition.
That is soil condition.
It needs clay.
So we tried. We know Krajia has tried, but they are not successful. But most fortunate part of Maharashtra is Sheet of raw jute, sheet of jute is being produced in a part of Maharashtra. And the plant they destroy, the plant cannot be used. After taking the sheet from the plant is totally wasted, not wasted, is being used for this
Fuel and
fuel.
Yes, yes.
It's time.
Yes, please.
But in an industrial setup, when we decentralize, we have to manage a lot of variables. Like labor from two different states act very differently. How can we use that, or how we can make at least each decentralized systems profitable so we can move forward to the next stage with a cash flow from the first one?
My suggestion was intermediate processing. So, for example, when you have a bulky commodity, the transportation, take the simple case of straw. So when you use straw, you bale it and then transport the bales for making hardboard and everything else. The cost of transportation becomes prohibitive, which in turn makes the board prohibitive, because then it is not able to replace the other synthetic materials. So if we want to make the products affordable from the, let us say, retting liquid that I took example of, then some processing of that liquid locally would be useful. So maybe we can develop some filters that can extract those compounds, which we are then later on going to separate in the factory and use them as industrial raw material. So idea was to do semi-processing, not complete. That complete is not possible there, but semi-processing, so that the bulk that is required to be transported can become lesser, and some jobs are generated for the youth in those areas, so that this youth remains involved in the jute value chain. Otherwise, what will happen is these people will migrate out, and future you will not get any labor for doing these things. Then this will become very costly. That's the raw material which appears to be very cheap today will become costly because we won't find labor to process it. That's the problem. Anybody else before we close? Yes, please.
Morning, good afternoon, sir. So, previously in June, I interned at Mantra. So, our mentors told us that just like solar cells, solar panels right now are seeing a lot of boom in every industry. But after 15-20 years, what will happen is we'll find a problem of waste disposal of that electronic waste. So, right now for this jute industry, what are the preset or pre-thought loopholes we might come across after 15 or 20 years? Limitations.
In jute, fortunately, whatever materials that you develop, most of them, if not all, most of these are biodegradable. So the properties of the material developed out of these are not as hazardous, let us put it, as heavy metal based or precious metal based electronics. So therefore it is, batteries have many materials, many elements which are toxic, In the cadmium, for example, and lead is there, and many other materials are there. The supercapacitors that we are talking about based on jute material will have higher storage capacity with none of those elements there. Those elements are not there in the material. So therefore their toxicity would not arise. So these are safer materials, better, easier to dispose of and easier to degrade in most of the cases.
Sir, but apart from disposal or not talking about toxicity, from any domain, there might be some limitation to this industry.
See, there will be some there is, but please understand that the more biomaterials are used in the value chain, less environmental footprint will be there. So circular economy, which is the need of the hour, and our government has promised that we will reduce our waste and energy consumption. It is also energy after all. Please remember that. But biomaterials also help you to conserve energy, because when you extract energy out of them at their waste end of the chain, we recover a lot of energy. So please appreciate that jute value chain, in my assessment, will tend to be much more energy efficient and much more environmentally efficient, and much more employment intensive. That is what is the most beautiful part of it, that it will generate more jobs than what are available. Instead of 7, we will talk about 70 million families in due course of time in next 10 years if we can invest in the value chain. My problem is that we are not investing in the value chain. We often leave when a research paper is published, and then the student goes for postdoc, and then he gets a job somewhere, and that project gets ended there. That is what is happening for large number of cases. We need to stop that. We need to have focus on translational research. So I developed a model called as COCO model of innovation. So one student who has done something passes out, we take a letter from that student authorizing the institute to hand it over to some other student in the next batch. After second batch, third batch, fourth batch, it will become a product. India is the largest graveyard of student projects because of lack of COCO. So there is a possibility, there is an institutional framework that we have created under which 3 or 4 batches of the students will make it a product, because they will follow it up wherever the previous student left. The next batch will take it next level, third batch will take it again third level, and we'll soon be able to convert into product. And it need not happen in the same institute. It can rotate among the institutes. So we need to create a framework by bringing Ministry of Education on board, that all the projects that will be sanctioned under this program should preferably be allowed to be carried forward, not just in that institute where it was done, but any institute where there is a willing student or scholar willing to take it forward, so that no project dies premature death because that a student has gone and the faculty has lost interest. That should not happen. This is a precious resource, and we cannot afford to waste it at all. I mean, intellectual capital of this value chain is as important as the financial capital and the material investment that will make in value chain. So we need to create an institutional arrangement which will make sure that all research that is supported by the government and by the Jute board in this area goes to the final culmination and should not be prematurely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Yes, please go ahead.
So you have, thank you. So sir, you have perfectly pointed that problem. Even my last SSIP project. So student has a excellent job in L&T. So he has already closed that SSIP project. So it was making a machine for black and white painting on the road, side roads. So I will appreciate that you are thinking in this, and you just suggest government also, because here that
My suggestion, Minaji, is let us talk to the Secretary of Education, get a letter issued. It will be voluntary to begin with.
okay.
If you are not going to work on it, you are taking a job as a student,
Yeah.
and you are not interested in taking it forward, what is the purpose of holding it back? Why are you stopping its growth? Country needs that research. You have done a good job. Let it be taken forward by the next person in the relation.
obviously, now
and
my-
just a letter is required
Yeah.
for any ethical, claims
Issue,
of
okay,
future conflict. We should avoid any conflict. Get a letter written by, even under current arrangement, without any new policy. Please ask your student who has passed out to give you a letter authorizing you
To
to
select
hand
other
over this
students, yeah,
project
yes.
to any other student to take it forward, and he can even offer to mentor that student if he would like to share, because he has some practical
Yeah.
insight.
Because in my LD engineering college, there is a small graveyard of so many projects.
But what the name, sir, Professor?
Professor HP Patel.
एसपी पटेल जी, मैं इस पे आपके साथ काम करूंगा. I will come and talk to your students, persuade them to give this letter to you.
Okay.
मैं आपको लेटर दिलवाऊंगा सारे स्टूडेंट से.
Now, one student has already started working on the same project.
But we have to do that at a larger scale.
Obviously.
We want all the students to write this letter so that the students who will do work on biomaterial, see, biomaterial is the coming future of the country, of the world for that matter.
Okay.
We all want a circular economy. We all want a sustainable future. This material is a wonderful material, along with other natural fibers, of course, for future. And this has some unique properties which cotton doesn't have, which hemp doesn't have, which other materials don't have, because of the process, the chain itself, which is there. So I would suggest that please encourage that student is working on geotextile or what?
No, I am in mechanical engineering.
Mechanical.
So even whatever you suggested, that if I laminate from both sides, that jute, because I have seen that biodegradable plastic is not that much strong
Correct.
Sometimes if I have an
Very
impact,
good point. Very good point.
So-
So, jute fibers strength will increase many-fold if it is laminated from inside in a biodegradable plastic, which is possible from the microorganisms in the ratting liquid. That is the beauty of it.
Okay.
And we would very much wish with you to help coordinate this kind of research because it needs motivation and also a perseverance of the scientists that they should not give up. It is a time that will take. I mean, it will not happen tomorrow, but to sustain that network of the scientists, I think we need this kind of coordinated work, and I'm happy that you are able to find it.
And
useful.
second, sir, I want to ask you, suppose some jute materials is first grade. If I am able to recycle it, if I cut in a small pieces and then I can solve it. So instead of using a fresh raw material, is it possible to recycle jute?
Yes, of course. The fiber doesn't lose its properties.
Okay.
It retains its chemical and other properties to a great extent, and that is why you don't find it waste on the road.
Obviously, yeah.
Huh? Thank you so much. All the best. Good luck.
Hello, sir. Actually, due course of time, we discussed about the ecological development of innovation. In this respect, actually, we have tried this kind of formation in Kanpur. Entire institutions of Kanpur, we have tried to collaborate with the help of alumni, so that for any project, cross-institutional committee can be formed. So it will helpful because of if I am going to work out on a project with the respect to the farmer, agricultural students also required, managerial students also required, sales students also required, so MBA also must be there, IITians also required, and sometimes that polytechnic or diploma and ITI students also required. So our idea was the development of a ecosystem for the purpose of this kind of projects, which can be registered with the body of alumni. So anybody of the person who already done all that project, but he failed or he have left this project in between, he can also fund this project. So this is, for example, Ahmedabad. If we will take all institutions in and around of Ahmedabad, we will make an alumni association of all the students, one website for that. So cross technical education and medical also can join this. So any project, it will be reflected on that website, and anybody can support in that in technical problems. For example, MBA also want to work out, yes, how to sell it out, what are the areas, who are the clientele, how to sell it, how to get funded this. These kinds of things can be achieved. I have 2-3 ideas, but I found it very difficult to sell it out.
And we need a consortium of that kind of institutions across different disciplines, and I think Apila could take a lead. आपका भाई
Manish Kumar Gupta, sir.
Manish, your mind is in the right direction. Your thinking is in the right direction. Just take it forward. I fully agree with whatever you have said.
Sir, most of important thing, actually, I will tell to you here what I have understood from this. If you will integrate this kind of effort, the cost of the development and evaluation will definitely reduce a multifold, sir.
Absolutely, no doubt. Network is the new gold. That's what I teach my
And
students.
I request you, your National Innovation Center, whatever it may be, can be a platform for this to start with.
Dhyan is with you always.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
For any further questions, you may contact Dr. Anil Gupta. I would now like to invite Ms. Dipali Pilawat, Senior Deputy Director, Atira, to present Mr. Anil Kumar Gupta with a bouquet as a token of love and appreciation from Atira. Thank you so much, sir.
We will never use acrylic or any memento. We have decided to use this material. I will encourage everybody to think about this. Don't use acrylic, use this material. It's a wonderful biodegradable.
The memento has been made from jute composite.
Okay. So, dear participants, we would now invite you to visit the exhibition area where there are some models and products related to jute, and tea and refreshments are also served. We will be meeting back at 12:20. I would request everyone to please be settled. We have amongst us a very special guest, Mr. P.R. Patelia, who is the Special Secretary in the Roads and Building Department, Government of Gujarat. I would like to invite Sir on the dais, please. I would also like to invite Ms. Dipali Palawat, Senior Deputy Director, to felicitate Sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We will now be moving on to our next presentation for today, which will be presented by Dr. Mahadev Datta. Dr. Mahadev Datta is the Deputy Director and Head of Technical Division at National Jute Board. He has a cumulative experience of 30 years in the industry and government sector. He has conducted various training programs for MSME units on product diversification. Today, he would be enlightening us with his address on application of jute in diversified sectors with special focus on geotextiles.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to thank Atira for organizing such a beautiful symposium. And finally, Patlia sir has come. So, sir, thank you so much for coming. You have been the key inspiration behind this symposium. Actually, we wanted to have a special session with the roads and building departments, but somehow that was not getting matured. So then
we discussed with Atira, and then Atira, we are doing couple of projects. So we thought that let's have a symposium kind of things wherein we'll be displaying our materials, we'll be having the technical knowledge sharing sessions, and we'll invite the government agencies and the engineers, scientists. So like that it has happened, and then finally Director Atira sir has accepted our proposal. Then we moved ahead. So without spending much time on this, I'm coming to the presentation. This is application of jute in diversified sectors with special focus on geotextile. Sir, in the inaugural session, Professor Anil Gupta, Padma Shri Professor Anil Gupta, he spoke a lot of things, opportunities for research and development on jute especially. And sir has just left. So we have been doing it, many research and development activities. So some of our here. So I'll be in the few slides. I'll be showcasing those things, sir. These are the contents of my presentations. So this 5-6 items I'll be discussing. Before going to the main presentation, I would like to highlight the current challenges. What we as human being, the society, what we are facing. The current challenges is by 2050. World population is expected to increase to 9.8 billion. The food demand is expected to increase by 100%, requiring more irrigation water. Globally, on average, irrigation consumes nearly 70% of freshwater resources. Water consumption is expected to increase by 50%. Increase global energy demand by 30 to 40%. Now, currently, there is an increasing gap between water demand and supply. By 2030, a 40% overall gap between global water supply and demand is expected, and the gap will widen by time. Climate change predicted increased vulnerability of agriculture sector in developed and developing countries. You see, we are all aware about this climate change, and every year almost declared as the hottest year ever recorded. So it's beating its own record. And with the change of every degree in the temperature, this food system, then water system, ecosystem, and extreme weather events, how it is affecting, that we are all witnessing it. And this is the fresh water availability I've just depicted way back in 1950. It was around 12,000 cubic meter, and in 2050 we'll have only 4,500 cubic meter. So that is the situation we are going to face now. Now, why I am talking all these things? Because the climate change, the global warming, and the sole reason is the carbon dioxide emissions. So how it is relevant? Now here is the solution. So jute is totally green. You can see in its entire life cycle of in the field, in the cultivation phase, it emits nearly 11 tons of oxygen and absorbs nearly 15 tons of carbon dioxide. And on the right side, just see the plant size. And can anyone guess what is the age of this plant? Can anyone guess what is the age of this plant? Sir, you know, you're from Jute fraternity. I am asking from the audience who are not there. This is 3 months old baby. So 100 days to 120 days. Okay. And from a seed, maybe less than 1/10 of a gram, a seed weight, and it grows up to that 18 feet height. So can just imagine what is the carbon sequestration rate of jute plant. This is the highest sequestration rate you can compare with any trees. This is the highest sequestration rate, and in its 120 days life cycle, it absorbs 1 hectare of jute plant absorbs 15 tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and it emits 11 tons of oxygen. And in India, we have nearly 6 lakh hectares of jute under cultivation. Now, this industry as a whole, we have nearly 1.6 million metric ton of raw jute production. It supports livelihood of 40 lakh farm families. We provide direct employment of 4 lakh workers in the organized mill sectors. And as of now, total 111 jute mills. And state-wise distribution is as follows. In most of the mills are located in West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, UP, Bihar, Odisha, Assam, Chhattisgarh, and Tripura. And total turnover of the industry is nearly 18,000 crores. And these are the jute value chain, right from the cultivation, then the harvesting, then the extraction of the fibers. It is just depicted here. And then it comes to the factory. Then through mechanical processing, we get the fabric. And then the most popular use of jute, as you all know, it's into packaging. But we have other different diversified products also, like shopping bags, like your low-cost lino bags, like floor coverings. On the right side, you have the jute jewelry, handicraft items. We have molded products. And in the middle, we have the jute geotextiles of woven, non-woven, and open weave variety. Now, these are few ongoing research and development projects we have taken over. With a special focus on jute geotextiles, we have sponsored nearly 8 projects, 2 projects to NIT Durgapur. They are developing a durable jute fabric for the pavement purpose, and also they are developing the guidelines to adopt process of height increment overburden dumps at open cast coal mines. Then IIT Bhubaneswar, they are working on mechanistic empirical design of jute geotextiles reinforcement pavements for rural roads. National Institute of Technology Karnataka, they have developed a 3D fabric called jute geocell. Then Indian Institute of Science are also working with 2 projects. One is evaluation for filtration characteristics of jute geotextiles. Other one is an application of JGT in reinforcing the retaining walls for static and seismic stability. Then EGRA is working with exploration of issues of engineered jute and agro waste based agro textiles for improving farmers' income on their produce. IIT Guwahati, they are developing jute clay liners, and in all these projects we have the industry partner. Then similarly under Buildtech, we have developed non-structural applications, jute-based composites. Atira has developed hybrid porta cabin. You all have seen in the exhibition, we have exhibited. Nitra has developed jute composite for automotive acoustic insulation purposes. Then Atira, another project that is on the Meditech, that they have developed the jute composites for the prosthetic leg. Then Ninfet, ICR Ninfet, they are working on the jute biodegradable packaging boxes. Then IIT ISM Dhanbad, they are working on super hydrophobic jute fabric. Actually, jute is very hygroscopic. So there is a demand from the market if it can be made hydrophobic also. So there is a technology available. They are working on this, and we have the industry partner also for this. Then Protec, for the protective textiles, Nitra is working on the molten metal splash resistance unique jute blended workwear for the steel foundry workers. Then Wool Research Association WRA, they are working on woolenized jute. And we have association with Central Paper and Pulp Research Institute CPPRI for production of dissolving grade pulp for manufacturing viscose fiber from jute. Then we have a machinery development project for the small scale industry. So the demo is there in the exhibition. You have seen the porta cabin developed by Atira. This has been installed in the under the engineering regiment of Army, and the validation process is going on. These are the protective wear developed from jute blended fabric by Nitra, and the validation process in the steel foundry workers. This process is going on. These are some of the non-structural jute-based composites. Door panels. Then this this pull-through-date guardrail is developed under our sponsorship. Then these are some of the automotive components developed by Nitra from jute. So this is for the roof liners developed for Sonalika tractors, even roof liners developed for the Volvo truck also, and the parcel tray for the Swift Desire. So in this sector, automotive sector, there are huge demand for usage of renewable, biodegradable and sustainable materials. So the inevitable changes, they are going for green. In recycling and biodegradability neutral, and natural fiber scores heavily over the synthetic materials. We all know that. And strict emission regulations and goals, more sustainable goals of more sustainable manufacturing by using natural materials. This Porsche car, as of now, they are using. This car is using the maximum natural components, natural composites rather. Now, what is the role in natural fibers in automobiles? So natural fibers like jute, hemp, flax are increasingly being used in the automotive industry as sustainable alternatives to traditional synthetic materials. These are renewable, biodegradable fibers and offer unique properties that make them well suited for various automotive applications. Now there is a special characteristics of the jute cross-sectional structure. The outer layer of jute fiber is composed of strong protective cells, and that contribute to its durability. This provides the great deal of resistance against environmental factor and wear. This is very special kind of structure. It's a fibrillar structure basically. Jute has a thick cell wall made predominantly of cellulose, which enhances its strength. The structure allows jute fibers to withstand stress and strain during usage. And the lumen space, jute fiber contains a hollow lumen space that contributes to its lightweight properties. This is a particularly advantageous in applications where weight reduction is essential. Now, the acoustic properties of jute, because of the structure of the fiber, jute fiber is having good sound absorption properties. It is having the noise reduction also, and also having the vibration damping. Now, for the automotive components, we have blended jute with PP non-woven fabric, and then the GSM has been selected based on the commercial specification of automobile components manufacturers. And then we have tried the moldability of the developed samples. Then as per the commercial grade material available, we have tested it, and we have found it, equally acceptable in that range. Now these are some of the developed products for the Sonalika tractors, a roof liner, for the Volvo trucks also. So the technology has been transferred to them. There is the parcel tray for the Swift Desire, pillar trims. As for the developed pocket door panels for commercial vehicles. Now coming to the jute geotextiles, as I mentioned, that is one of the prime focus in this conference. As I have told that there are 3 varieties of geotextiles: woven, non-woven, and open weave varieties. All are having the BIS standards. And the uses of JGT is on the road to strengthen the subgrade, to slope embankment stabilization and prevention of potholes and reflection cracks. We are also using jute geotextiles for the railway embankment and track settlement, for overburden dump stabilization, and also the prefabricated vertical drain for offshore construction and construction of concealed drains in hill roads. What is geotextiles? Geotextiles belong to the geotech category of technical textiles for use in or on soil to improve its engineering performance, leading to stability and durability of the construction built on it. Geotextiles, now termed as geosynthetics, include both man-made and natural fibers as ingredient. Now, jute geotextiles made of jute yarns are natural variant of geotextiles. Now, man-made geotextiles are fabrics made out of yarns through synthesis of petrochemical derivatives, this polypropylene, polyethylene, polyamides, and the like. Man-made geotextiles have long effective life but are questionable on eco-compatibility. Natural geotextiles are made of 100% natural fibers like jute and coir. So, geotextiles is the fabric which enhances the engineering properties when it is applied on this thing and performing concurrent functions of separation, filtration, drainage, and reinforcement. Jute geotextiles deserve separate mention because of its natural resource, annual renewability, and unique technical features. These are the chemical constituents of jute. It's mostly alpha cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, fats, waxes. And these are the mechanical properties. You can see the jute, coir, sisal, polyester, polypropylene. See the tenacity, which is mechanical and mechanical properties important for construction of the geotextile material. And you see jute tenacity and the PP tenacity and the polyester tenacities are comparable. Similarly, the initial modulus is very high for the jute, and important factor is its hygroscopic in nature. It can absorb the soil moisture and it can drain out. So in the next slides, these are the technical specifications of different jute geotextiles which are having BIS standards. This for slope stabilization, and these are the USP of jute: high tenacity, high initial modulus, low elongation and break, highly hydrophilic, so high roughness coefficient, excellent spinnability, very high thermal stability, drippable, and eco-friendly, abundantly available natural resources. So far, with the technical assistance from NJV, we have done more than 800 projects in India for the hill slope stabilizations, railway embankment, river canal bank protection, road construction, and these are the different states where we have done this project successfully. These are the list of standards we have for the different geotextiles projects. IRC has already published the guidelines, IRC 2019, and JGD already included in the schedule of rates of Government of West Bengal, WBSRDA, PWD roads, Government of West Bengal, they have included irrigation and water ways, Government of West Bengal, then Government of Meghalaya, PWD roads, Government of Assam, then recently Patalia sir has helped, and we have included it in the schedule of rates of the Government of Gujarat also in the roads and building departments. Then in Indian Railways, Government of India, we have already included it in the all India level, and then BRO also it is included in the SOR. So this is just a tentative assessment of how much quantity of JGT has been used so far in different applications. More than 150 crores of jute geotextiles have been used in different areas of JGT applications. Now in Gujarat, we have done quite a few projects. Way back in 1998 or 1997, it was done in the Kandla Port Trust. Then in 2005-7, it was done in Narmada Main Canal Embankment. Then in 2013, again, this was done for the erosion control and hill slope stabilization in Gujarat with Narmada Fertilizer Company. So these are few applications we have done in Gujarat. But now we are expecting some road constructions. Sir has already said that in Baroda and Surat areas, some road construction will be given with JGT applications. Now you see, this is the schematic diagram of the construction, and you see the red line, that is the JGT. It is placed in between two sand layers of 25 mm and over the subgrade, and then there is the granular subbase, and then WBM base course, and then you have the premix carpet. The basic functions, it acts as separator. So it prevents mixing of soils between the two layers, because the subgrade soil and subbase soils are totally different. So if the JGT is not there, then you can see the situation on the left side of the picture, and with the JGT you can prevent that intermixing of the soil between the subbase and subgrade. And JGT can be woven with a specific requirement of the soil particle that we call the apparent opening size. So it can be manufactured accordingly. Then it is doing the initial reinforcement. Then also for the filtration and drainage, it helps. It absorbs, because it is hygroscopic, so it absorbs the soil moisture, and then the water dissipates across the surface of the jute geotextiles under the load conditions, and it gives the membrane effect. So once under load, it will have a deformation. Then once the load is gone, then it will take back, because it is having low elongation. Laying is very simple. Just it comes in the roll form, and you lay it on the road with little overlap, and then you can anchor it. We call it pegging. Some of the case studies, like in Karnataka, we total in India, we have done more than 1,500 kilometers of the rural roads with jute geotextiles. In Karnataka itself, in 8 districts, 23 roads are constructed of 115 kilometers. Recently, we have done one conference in IISc Bangalore, and last year also we had one national conference in IISc Bangalore. And the KRRDA, the agency who has implemented this jute geotextiles, their engineers, their contractors, they said that even after application of 5 years, they have not taken the road for the maintenance. So that is the performance of the road after construction with JGT. These are some of the pictures. The most important factor is that the severe value is improving after considerable period of time. So it was before laying JGT, it was 4, and it has improved to 13.4. So almost 3 times, more than 3 times it has improved over a period of 3 years. Similarly, in Karnataka, another one, it was, we recommend where the soil strength and the severe value is less than 5, the JGT is highly recommended. The different case studies are given here. From severe value of 2.6, it has gone after 2.5 years, it has improved to 7.42. In Tamil Nadu also there are some applications of JGT. Then the pothole and the reflection cracks, you can see this is a new area of application, and on the riding surface we are applying it, and in UP we have done nearly 10 projects, and in Bengal we got 2 projects. You can see that on the riding surface it is going on, that laying of the JGT under the supervision of National Jute Board. And basically this functions as a stress reliever on the riding surface. We have done a few projects with, we have done a comparative study in Bangladesh and India in one of our international projects, and we have studied how this load bearing capacity of the road improves in the different parts of the like India and Bangladesh, and in most of the cases, in all the cases we have seen from before laying, the severe value has increased, from 2.8 to 11.39, 2.2 to 7.93. So there are many instances of such improvement in the severe with improvement of severe with JGT actually. Now for the slope stabilization, so this is we use the bioengineering property of jute. We recommend the open weave variety. The samples are available in the exhibition area. You can see the open weave variety of jute that is available, and this basically the thread, the jute yarn basically acts as mini check dam. When it absorbs moisture from the atmosphere, when it under the raining condition, it absorbs moisture and swells up, and it actually acts as mini check dam. Many speed breakers will be there to prevent the kinetic, to stop the runoff material, to in fact reduce the kinetic energy of the detached soil particles when it is actually with the rainfall, when it's detached and it's getting eroded. So with the help of JGT alone, so it stops the runoff material, and there will be overland storage. There will be many speed breakers for the soil to come and get eroded. So and over a period of time, because of its high thermal stability and hygroscopic in nature, it provides a very conducive environment for vegetation to grow. So we call it the bioengineering property, and this is the most cheapest and successful application of open weave material available so far. So it helps in quick growth of vegetation. Once the vegetation grows, so as I was telling, that it reduces the kinetic energy of the raindrops. Then the reduction of the runoff velocity, it reduces because of the many speed breakers kind of activities done by the JGT threads. Then it improves the overland storage, and the role of JGT is taken over by vegetation on its biodegradation. So when it's biodegraded, so it enriches the soil actually, the nutrient property, the NPK value of the soil, it improves. So you can understand the water is there, the soil nutrient is good. So it is a proper, conducive environment for the vegetation to grow. So there are many such case studies we have done for embankment, for controlling the slope stabilization. You can see the left side and right side, the vegetation growth. Again, the installation is very simple. I don't know why this video is not. This is a very simple. It comes in roll form, so you just unroll it from the top. So okay. So many projects are done with the railway, for the railway embankment. Then a different slope stabilization on the hill also in Manipur, Imphal. This is the recent done in MP. Recently done, this installation is, I don't know. Somehow some technical problem is that this video is not running, but it is very exciting. So the installation process I could have shown. And this is for the riverbank embankment. So we have a few case studies also. I think we have circulated the case study book in the folder. So all the case studies are available. So there are full details of the case studies are available in the material which we have provided, and we have seen this entire stretch of JGT treated portion is in good shape with no distress observed even after 2 decades of JGT applications. So there are such case studies are available for the riverbank erosion control. This is the stabilization of the overburden dumps with NTPC in the UP. Same, the bioengineering property of jute is used here. And we have tried the application of JGT in adverse climatic zone in Ladakh and also in the desert area to make it green. Jute is also having is used as jute agrotextiles also as a mulching material, weed suppression material, as a sapling bag, jute sapling bag. You can see the growth of sapling in poly sleeve and in the jute sleeve also. And we have the BI standards for these jute sleeves. These are the rate analysis of different jute geotextiles, what from the industry we are providing for the users agencies. Total material cost and the it's a model analysis rate is given here. And from NJB, we provide technical support and guidance to the manufacturers for producing standard quality of jute geotextiles. We help in customization of JGT to address site-specific requirements, then provides technical support and guidance in selection of right type of JGT and its installation at site, apart from other remedial measures. Now JGT is available from selected jute mills, and NJB helps the end users in procuring right quality of JGT from the right manufacturer suppliers and its testings with certification. These are the list of JGT using organizations for the central government and the state governments. With this, thank you so much. If you have any question on this, you can ask me, or else I think we can go for the next presentation.
Hello, sir, I have a question. Hello, sir, I'm Prashant from Kamlatech. So, sir, you were showing that jute geotextiles are increasing the load-bearing capacity of the roads, which are being made. So, before some values are around 2.5 ranges, and then it goes to 11. So, over the period of time after installation, how does that value remain? So, will it increase, decrease, or what is the time life that jute geotextile can support that road? I wanted to know that.
Actually, the day you install JGT on the subgrade, the function starts from the day itself, because once you start giving load on the road, so under load condition it absorbs the moisture, and it because of its transmittivity and permittivity it absorbs it, and then it dissipates across the surface of the JGT. So it actually acts as drainage material also. So from the day one it starts functioning. That is number one. Number two, it acts like antibiotic. Now once the soil moisture is taken out and the soil consolidation takes place, the compaction and consolidation takes place, then and you have the top layer like premix carpet and seal coat and everything, the road is ready. Then maybe over a period of time you don't find, maybe after 2 years or 3 years, you don't find JGT. It actually mixed with the soil, and you will see that's what we have observed it, that the CBR value has improved to 3 times, 4 times from the initial stage actually. Yeah. Sir. Yes, sir. Correct, sir. Correct. The automotive components, yes.
Can this be thought of, particularly for the using as a rooftop for the rickshaws, as a canopy? Because now, see, there are so many rickshaws are there in the Gujarat, and we'd like to have a good cover where you get protection from the sunlight, as well as it has to be made waterproof. And it will provide so much market.
Correct, sir. You are absolutely right, sir. That UV absorption is one of the important property.
Just
That's a very good suggestion. The industry is sitting just behind you, sir. They will supply them. Not much of R&D is required, in fact.
I think it can be tried.
It can be tried. It can be tried.
At one point, NID, one of the student was giving thinking of this, that is, and it
Absolutely,
can be
sir.
made into
Absolutely,
a regular product, and
Absolutely.
then it can find a market.
Yes. We make a note of it, sir. Definitely, this is a new
Thank
area of this thing. Thank you so much.
Actually, sir, what I have found that in geotextile, because of this is a biodegradable fiber, I think blend of some powerful less biodegradable fiber is more can improve because of after 2-3 years it will be biodegraded, and for the geotextile purpose it will not have that capacity to withstand with the erosion or this kind of things. It will not give the strength. So why we are not thinking that how to improve that strength and all those things, because if there is till date in the discussion before that also I have involved in this kind of symposium. We have found that there is no thing we are thinking that how to improve the capacity of this blending with something, so that it can improve that capacity to hold and costing can also be reduced. For example, I am telling you one thing. Means it is an idea just in my mind. Recycling of the textile is there. Okay, that can be also blended. It will give the strength, and finally it will give the strength also. So that kind of things actually in my mind actually.
Very true. In fact, some of the construction agencies like McAfee, Strata, Tensor, they are using the synthetic and natural material on a case-specific basis. So jute industry will supply the different, jute-based components, and for a case-specific requirement, for a site which require, maybe a steep slopes or the erosion is very, tremendous. So there you may require, both the treatment together. So that is always possible.
That is the idea. Actually,
it is already in use actually. It is already in practice.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So I think no more questions. So thank you so much.
We will now be moving on to our next presentation, which is by Mr. P.R. Patelia. He would be speaking on the topic geotextiles in road constructions.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. Director Atira, the guest, the engineers from my department. I am very much thankful to Mr. Datta for inviting me in this seminar. First, my apology to attend it late because I have some engagement and some VC with Government of India for some sanction of project. So we are associated since 3-4 years with Jute board regarding use of jute into the road construction. And we are continuously in touch with Jute board, and we are using in PMGSY there is a guideline from NRDA to use the geotextile to have a lesser construction of the road construction cost and the more durability. As the department, we introduce it into our SWR also, and we are in process of searching that roads in which we can use this one. And thank you very much. I have some engagement with this some meetings, so I came late and I may go early. Thank you very much, and I hand over this presentation of my department to Mr. Mahesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Patelia sir. I like to compliment the previous presenter. It was a good presentation, sir, which had a detailed analysis and detailed properties of jute and which can be used in various purposes. Of late, we know that geotextiles are being used in road construction, wherein we have a road which is very dilapidated condition and with poor soil, wherein we can improve the riding surface of the road by strengthening of the existing road. In those purposes, we have seen and we have been used this particular material in the road construction. I would like to take through in this presentation in 10 subheads like this. Yes, we all know about geotextiles, but still I want to impress. Geotextile is a fabric which enhances the engineering properties of soil when applied in or on the soil. Fibers are made into flexible porous fabrics by standard weaving or knitting or matted together in a random or non-woven matter. Geotextiles are permeable fabric which when used in association with soil have ability to separate, filter, reinforce, protect or drain the water. Functions and applications of geotextiles in roads. Geotextiles are used as separate layer, separation, a permeable barrier placed between subsoil and post stone to maintain the bearing capacity of the hardcore layer. We can see on the right hand side, wherein placing of the geotextile has retained the base of the pavement. Geotextiles as a filtration layer, yes, it can be used as a filtration layer wherein we have a very shallow groundwater level wherein the water percolates into the pavement and disrupts the pavement strength. In such cases, that can be used as a filter media wherein it also filters the losing of the particles of the soil. Geotextiles performing like a reinforcement in pavement. Yes, it can be used as a two-dimensional tensile structure which holds together aggregate or soft soils, which increases the strength of the pavement. Geotextiles as a drainage layer. Yes, it can be used as a drainage layer. Acts as a conduit to for the movement of fluid in plain or geotextiles. Thick or non-woven type of geotextiles are commonly used for this function. Just as the previous presenter was mentioning about use of geotextiles in controlling soil erosion. Wherever we have high embankments and wherein our embankment of the road surface is susceptible for erosion due to heavy rains and other climatic conditions. There we can use a layer of geotextiles wherein which embeds the soil and the embankment material and controls the erosion by protecting the embankment of the road structure, which will enhance the stability of the road structure. One of the applications that recently we did in Gujarat is under Gujarat State Highway project, which is one of the prestigious project of the Gujarat assisted by the World Bank, wherein as I was mentioning earlier, the road which is located in the western part of Gujarat in the district of I think Banaskantha, Radhanpur to Chanasma, which is a state highway number 55. The treatment required was strengthening of the existing pavement without reconstruction of the existing pavement. We had to retain the existing pavement and improve the strength of the pavement. How we have to do so? We were also given a challenge of using the recycling of the old bituminous layers. So how we can do that? So what we did is we milled the existing bituminous surface up to about 100 to 110 and then by the use of geogrid plus geotextile as a composite material over the milled surface has been used. By doing so, what happened is whatever the stresses that were there on the old or the milled surface were arrested there only with this composite material. We can see the bottommost figure wherein we can see existing pavement was there, wherein the existing material was milled and superior material, which is bituminous macadam, was layered, over which we used geocomposite, and the new pavement layers were laid over the geocomposite layer. So what happened is like it improved the strength of the pavement, and currently it is still functioning for design life of 10 years. The pavement is well maintained. Yeah, innovative technology for improved pavement life and reduced maintenance. Yes, by doing so, what happened is frequent attending the maintenance, routine maintenance has been reduced. Resurfacing and repair of existing asphalt road, reinforcement of asphalt pavement, sealing road widening joints, like wherever we are widening the roads. Yes, when we are widening the roads, we don't treat the joints properly, which leads a longitudinal crack all through the length of the road, which is one of the cause for the deterioration of the pavement. So in such cases, composite geotextile material comes in place, and which arrests and which balances both the loads of new pavement and the old pavement, and acts as a single structure, which increases the life of the pavement. Which this can be used these days on the go. Cold recycling technique is in play, is emerging yet. It has not come to India yet, but at few places it is being implemented, wherein on the go means wherever you need a pavement resurfacing or a strengthening, milling is happening, and behind it a bitumen mixer plus layer along with the geotextile composite layer is being spread, and the entire road is on the go, it is strengthened. So that kind of technology is in place. This is that road that I was speaking. We can see the photographs wherein use of geogrid has been taken place. Cost of bituminous works and glass glass grid geocomposite. Yes, it is about 6.6%. We can say about 6% of the total bituminous works is the cost of the geocomposite works. Conventional overlay versus asphaltic reinforcement. Apparent capital cost added or may appear as hurdle, but monitoring and evaluation are expected to show returns in terms of reduced maintenance and prolonged life of strengthened pavement. Yes, this has given the results already. We recently visited the road, and it is giving good performance. Overall life cycle cost has more benefits. With this, I think I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Dr. Ankush to kindly felicitate Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Mahesh, can you please join us on the dais for the felicitation? Thank you so much, sir. Our next presentation for today is by Dr. Asokan Papu on role of jute fibers in composites.
Namaskar. I think it look like सब पूरा बैठा है, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा बहुत चॉकलेट, डार्क चॉकलेट लेके आया जूट फाइबर से, तो कोशिश करता हूँ आपको खिलाने के लिए, लेकिन 15 मिनट पे टाइम दिया था मेरे के, मैं 10 मिनट खत्म होने के बाद बंद कर रहे हैं, सो दैट 5 मिनट में, और क्या सोच लाइट से क्या दिखा देंगे मालूम नहीं है इसे। तो सबसे पहले आई एम बहुत प्राउड ऑफ गिविंग हियर। हमारा नेशनल पिता बोलता है ना, महात्मा गांधी जी की मृत्यु है, उसके साथ साथ में हमारा सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल के शायर भी है। सो डेफिनेटली आवर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट इंडिया के उनके भी मृत्यु है, तो इसके 18 के बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बात ये मौका मिला है इधर आने के लिए। मेरा डिटेल ऑलरेडी है, किसी को ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए हम लंच के टाइम बात करेंगे। क्या मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट के ऊपर कुछ बोलने की अभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा। तो अभी जूट के ऊपर भी आप सब मालूम है, सभी लोग स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, वो भी नहीं बोलूँगा, बट लेकिन किसी को भी कुछ भी चाहिए जूट के रिलेटेड, सो हम अलग से आप मुलाकात कर सकते हैं। सो इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव से इंट्रोडक्शन, बैकग्राउंड और नेचुरल फाइबर के इम्पोर्टेंट नेशनल में और इंटरनेशनल में, और उसके क्या हो गया था, क्या होने वाला है, ये भी आपको मालूम है वर्ल्ड वाइड। ये भी ज़्यादा इंट्रोडक्शन की आपको ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगा। लेकिन इसमें कितने भी फोटोग्राफ हम दिखा रहे हैं, 99.9% मेरा खुद हाथ से क्लिक किया है पिक्चर, कोई कॉपीराइट का इशू नहीं होगा। इसलिए आई कैन रिक्वेस्ट अटीरा टू शेयर माई प्रेजेंटेशन टू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट। आपको कोई यूजफुल होगा अब यूज कर सकता है। ये भी कलकत्ता खुद गए थे फोटो लेने के लिए उधर नोएडा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। तो कैसे कल्टीवेशन होगा, कैसे प्रोसेस होगा, कैसे फाइबर निकलेंगे, फाइबर कौन सा रूप में यूज होगा, ये सब कुछ मालूम है। जूट इंडस्ट्री भी गए थे, कैसे बना रहे हैं स्मॉल स्केल में, वो बड़ा स्केल में, वो पिक्चर भी है, हम खुद देखा है, खुद फोटोग्राफ लिया है। सो उसके अलावा जूट के अलग अलग रूप में हम यूज करेंगे, किस यूज कर सकता है, किस लिए यूज कर सकता है, उसके अंदर क्या चीज है हमको काम के लायक है इसे। सो हम न्यूट्रिएंट बोलते हैं, एनर्जी बोलते हैं, और मेडिसिनल वैल्यू बोलते हैं, क्या पैरामीटर उसके अंदर है, वो पूरा डिटेल भी है। उसके अलावा उसका मैकेनिकल स्ट्रेंथ बोलते हैं, फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज बोलते हैं, थर्मल इंसुलेटिंग प्रॉपर्टीज बोलते हैं, उसके क्या क्या वैल्यू है। 1 साल के जूट के, 2 साल के जूट, सपोज 1 महीने, 2 महीने, 3 महीने, 4 महीने, 6 महीने के बाद अलग अलग कल्टीवेशन पीरियड में अलग अलग अक्रो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन में कल्टीवेट करेंगे, उसके प्रॉपर्टीज कैसे रहेगा, वो क्या क्या पैरामीटर है इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैकेनिकल प्रॉपर्टीज, वो भी आपको कोई भी चाहिए सो आप पूछ सकता है। क्या है ये मेरा फिंगर है ना, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक माइक्रोन स्कैनिंग इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप एंड यूटीएम। सो ये मैंने इम्पैक्ट टेस्टर, आँख भी ऐसे है और माइक्रोस्कोप ऐसे ईएमआई से काम करता है। सो किसी के भी कोई भी डिटेल चाहिए हम बात करेंगे। लेकिन हम भोपाल से आया है, वो जूट से गुजरात में जूट के कैसे सोने बनाएंगे, उसके पैसे कैसे कमाएंगे उससे, कैसे इंडस्ट्री क्रिएट करेंगे उसके ऊपर, उसके मैटर से डिस्कस करने के लिए आया है। मालूम नहीं कितना स्टार्टअप, कितना इंडस्ट्री इधर बैठा है, लेकिन हम ऑलरेडी ब्रिज बनाने वाला भी निकल गया है पहले सेशन में। सो हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, आप हमारा एम्बेसडर ऐसे बन के, आपको लगता है सही में सो व्हाट एवर प्रोडक्ट है हम बोलना चाहता है और आपको डिसमिनेट कर सकता है, उसके से आप इंडस्ट्री क्रिएट कर सकता है, उसके पैसे कमा सकता है। सबसे पहले प्रोडक्ट था, हम आमरे भोपाल में एक छोटी सी इंडस्ट्री ऐसे बनता है, आपको चॉकलेट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री देखना होगा, उधर आना है। छोटे से सपोज ऐसे पेपर वेट ऐसे है, तो ये अब मैं बेच रहा हूँ उधर से, तो वो जूट से बनाया है। तो वो जूट नहीं होगा, वो टूट गया होगा वो। ये जूट आप आरसी से छत डालते हैं, ऐसे स्टील का रॉड डालते हैं, ऐसे मटेरियल में ये जूट फाइबर काम करता है। उसके बाद एक और प्रोडक्ट है, इसको कितना भी पिक्चर दिखा रहे हैं, वो पूरा जूट से है रहता है ऐसा। मैं बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट एग्जीबिशन में देखा है, उनके बोल के भी आया है, उनके कलर है। सबसे पहले अट्रैक्शन चाहिए। कभी शादी के लिए किसी अलायंस देखेंगे, पहले बोलेंगे लड़की अच्छा लग रहा है क्या, उसके बाद तो और कॉलेज देखेंगे। इसलिए कोई भी चीज है और अट्रैक्शन चाहिए। उसके रूप में हम भोपाल में आप पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, जूट के कैसे मजबूत करवाएंगे, जूट के कैसे वाटर रिटार्डेंट और फायर रिटार्डेंट करें, वो पूरा ट्रीटमेंट के करने के लिए इस पायलट स्केल में टेक्नोलॉजी एनाबलिंग सेंटर है हमारा पास। हम उसके ऊपर जूट के दो तरीके से यूज करता है। एक ये जूट के और छापिंग करके प्रीफॉर्म मैट बना के वो रूप में भी हम कंपोजिट बना सकते हैं ऐसे। वो दूसरे हैं वो टेक्सटाइल ऐसे फैब्रिक ऐसे कपड़ा ऐसे बना के भी उसके रूप में भी आप हम प्रोडक्ट बना सकते हैं। अब ये प्रोडक्ट देख रहे हैं, एक है और छापड़ फॉर्म में है, दूसरा है टेक्सटाइल फॉर्म में है। उसके बाद उसका अलग कलर चाहिए, उसके साथ मजबूत कितना है, वो पूरा प्रॉपर्टीज हम टेस्ट करवाया है। नॉर्मली अभी जूट के हम सोच रहे हैं क्या और आगे लेके जा सकता है, क्या है आपको बच्चा भी है, आप IIT के और IIM अहमदाबाद भेजेंगे और साधारण कॉलेज में भेजेंगे, बट लेकिन जूट के हम ऐसे IIT लेवल तक ले जाना है ऐसे। अब तक उसके हम दिमाग दिल पैसे डालें, उसके आगे ले जाएंगे, कहाँ जाएंगे IIT है। एक बार IIT चला गया फिर उसके शाइनिंग अलग करके हो जाता है। उसके लिए हम वर्कआउट करना है एडवांस्ड एप्लीकेशन के लिए। तो इनिशियली हम लोग प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, जूट फाइबर इसके अंदर है। ये प्रोडक्ट हम स्मॉल स्केल में भी बनाए हैं, बड़ा स्केल में भी बनाया, ऐसे 2 मीटर बाई 4 मीटर के साइज फुल स्केल में भी। आपके पास इधर बोर्ड है, नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं अटीरा के रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, नेशनल जूट बोर्ड है हमारे साथ, कैसे शादी होके गुजरात वाला के साथ कनेक्ट करके ये बोर्ड सेम बोर्ड सिमिलर टू दैट कितना भी जूट कपड़ा है, ये बोर्ड भी हम बनाएंगे, इसके रिप्लेस करके हम जूट के बोर्ड लगाएंगे। आपको लगता है पिक्चर में फोटो कुछ अलग दिख रहा है, कुछ अलग अलग कलर में टेक्सचर में चाहिए, वो भी बना सकते हैं। आपको कौन सा टेक्सचर चाहिए, कौन सा कलर, कौन सा डेंसिटी चाहिए, कौन सा डिजाइन चाहिए, ये भी ये मटेरियल आप देख रहे हैं, ये भी उससे डाल रहा है, वो टूटेगा नहीं। मे बी सिमिलर टू दैट इवन हम घर भी बनाया, वो जूट से प्रोडक्ट बना के फुल स्केल में घर भी बनाया है। तो उसके बाद उसके टेस्ट करवाया है, पानी कितना पिएगा, उसका टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ कितना रहेगा, उसके फ्लेक्सुरल स्ट्रेंथ कितना रहेगा, इम्पैक्ट स्ट्रेंथ कैसे रहेगा। फिर लेकिन उससे सब कंपेयर किया है, मार्केट में पार्टिकल बोर्ड है, इसके मजबूत कैसे है, ग्लास फाइबर बोर्ड है उसके कैसे है, और टी कोट वगैरह है उसके कैसे, वो भी कंपेयर किया है। उससे से कंपैरिजन में ऑल द प्रॉपर्टीज इधर टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ, मैकेनिकल स्ट्रेंथ, इम्पैक्ट स्ट्रेंथ इंक्लूडिंग फ्लेक्सुरल एंड फायर रिटार्डेंट प्रॉपर्टीज बहुत ही अच्छा है। ये एक प्रोडक्ट हो गया है। उसके बाद आपको थोड़ा बहुत कलरफुल चाहिए, तो कलरफुल के लिए हम वो भी बनाए हैं आपको जूट फाइबर इधर से। सो उसकी हम कलरिंग कर सकते हैं, कौन सा कलर चाहिए वो कलर भी कर सकता है। सो आपको कैसे भी हालत में टूट गया फेयर हो रहा है इसलिए मैं देख रहा हूँ, आपको अलग अलग कलर, अलग अलग टेक्सचर, अलग अलग डिजाइन से आप बना सकता है। ये मटेरियल भी जूट है अंदर, बिना जूट में ये नहीं बन सकता है। बिना जूट में हम कितना भी बनाऊंगा ये ऐसे बेलना से वो टूट जाता है। उसके और जूट फाइबर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट काम करता है। आप सबको मालूम है, आप यूरोप गया होगा, मिडिल ईस्ट गया होगा, नॉर्थ अमेरिका, कहाँ ग्लास फाइबर यूज होता है या कार्बन फाइबर यूज होता है, कहाँ आप 200 ईयर्स पहले से आज की हालत में इतना भी वो प्रोडक्ट बन गया है ग्लास फाइबर में, उसके लिए लाइफ खत्म होने के बाद डिस्पोज करने के लिए बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है उनके। इवन 1 किलो मटेरियल के वेस्ट मटेरियल देखना होगा उनके लिए ऑलमोस्ट 2 पाउंड में सेल करना पैसे देना पड़ता है। इट्स कम्स अंडर हजार्डस कैटेगरी। अब इधर एरोस्पेस और मिसाइल, आप ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम में कहाँ भी टॉयलेट बाथरूम तक देखेंगे और डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में ग्लास फाइबर यूज कर रहे हैं, बट लेकिन वो लोग आगे काम कर रहे हैं फिर मन डाल के, पैसा डाल के। नेचुरल फाइबर में, सस्टेनेबल फाइबर में कैसे रिसर्च करना है, कंपोजिट बनाना है, कैसे रिप्लेस करना चाहिए ग्लास फाइबर के। उससे हम इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा है नेचुरल फाइबर। हम बात करते हैं रूरल इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया, क्लीन इंडिया, एडवांस्ड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड देन एक्सपोर्ट प्रोडक्ट, बहुत सारे चीज बात कर रहे हैं। सभी लोग इसके अंदर आ जाते हैं जूट नाम बोल के। इवन गवर्नमेंट बोलते हैं 100 डेज जॉब। मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ अटीरा के मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल के साथ जुड़ेंगे, कितना भी 100 डेज जॉब दे रहे हैं इंडिया में, सबसे पहले इग्नाइट करें। वो 100 डेज जॉब शुड बी गिवन ओनली ऑन जूट फाइबर प्रोसेसिंग, जूट फाइबर एप्लीकेशन, जूट फाइबर यूटिलिटी। उसके क्या है, वो लेबर जाके बढ़ जाते हैं, उनके काम ही नहीं है। बट सब जगह भी, उधर गुजरात होगा, गोवा होगा, वेस्ट बंगाल होगा, उड़ीसा होगा, आंध्र प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु और केरला, कहाँ भी स्विच हो जाएंगे, सभी जगह भी नेचुरल फाइबर, plenty of natural fiber like jute fiber. So similar product आप देख रहे हैं, कितने भी थिकनेस चाहिए, आप दरवाजा बनाने के लिए मोटा चाहिए, आपको आर्किटेक्चरल क्लेडिंग बनाने के लिए पतली चाहिए, आपको फ्लोरिंग के लिए अलग टाइप चाहिए, आपको फर्नीचर के लिए अलग मटेरियल चाहिए, आपको मॉड्यूलर किचन बनाने के लिए और अलग तरीके से प्रोडक्ट बनाना है, सब कुछ बना सकते हैं जूट फाइबर से। इवन मेरा रूम है, मेरा ऑफिस में मैं बनाया है आर्किटेक्चरल क्लेडिंग पैनल इंक्लूडिंग फर्नीचर, वो जूट फाइबर इसका अंदर है। हम ग्लास फाइबर यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं। मेरा टीम के मेन टारगेट है हाउ टू रिप्लेस सिंथेटिक फाइबर विद ऑल टाइप ऑफ सिंथेटिक फाइबर। जूट इज ए वंडर मटेरियल, इट्स रियली गोल्ड। हम कैसे उसके एडवर्टाइजमेंट कोका कोला से अभी तक नहीं कर पा रहे हैं इतने साल के बाद भी, उसके लिए बहुत सारा इंटरवेंशन चाहिए। अभी स्कूल के भी आप अच्छा राइटिंग पैड यूज करते हैं, आप 120 रुपए की एक परचेज करेंगे, वो 3 साल से वो खराब हो जाता है। आप ये राइटिंग पैड दे देंगे, वो 30 साल तक ऐसे रहेगा, आप पानी में फेंक देंगे और कहाँ भी रखेंगे वो कुछ नहीं होगा। अब स्मॉल एंटरप्रेन्योर स्टार्टअप है, जस्ट यू मेक राइटिंग पैड just to sell into this only school. That is still a major business. Whether you make other applications like aerospace के लिए और कहाँ windmill plate के लिए और transport के लिए, Indian Railway के लिए, और बहुत सारा application है। For example, even roofing sheet के लिए challenge आपको मालूम है, asbestos sheet और tin sheet में बहुत गर्म होगा, नीचे बैठ नहीं सकता है, उसको कैसे रिप्लेस करेंगे। अब कबरदला रेल कोच फैक्ट्री, वो लोग जो सेक्रेटरी वगैरह है, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी आए थे, हमसे पूछ रहा था ऐसे, और हम गए थे अकबरदला, 4 दिन खड़े हुआ उन लोग के साथ। ट्रेन में कितना भी इंटीरियर है, पार्टीशन पैनल, पैनल, फ्लोर पैनल और साइड वॉल पैनल, वो बोल रहे हैं हमको मटेरियल दे दो, हम यूज करेंगे, एक कोच के लिए दे दो। बट लेकिन हम लोग R&D वाला है, रिसर्च करते हैं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रोडक्ट थोड़ा बहुत बन सकते हैं। आप बोलेंगे मेरे को इतना साइज चाहिए, हम दे सकते हो, ये कोच के लिए उतना तक मेरा नहीं है। अब एंटरप्रेन्योर आना चाहिए सामने, थोड़ा पैसे इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, कहाँ भी चैलेंजेस है, रिस्क है, ले लेंगे, हम लेना पड़ेगा। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं और ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस और नया नया प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट हो जाता है। उस कोई भी प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट होता है वो एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है और रिटर्न ऑफ इंटरेस्ट क्या है और कहाँ है प्राइस क्या है मार्केट प्रोडक्ट में। इवन हम जूट में प्रोडक्ट बनाया, अब किसके सेल करेंगे ना, सबसे पहले आप गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी के सेल करेंगे, वो बोलेंगे चीफ इंजीनियर ये एमपी बुक में है, रेट ऑफ बोर्ड में है, ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड अप्रूव्ड है, सिक्योरिटी अप्रूव्ड हो गया, वो पूछेंगे। सबसे पहले गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हम यूज करेंगे, हमारा प्रोडक्ट है। ओके, दूसरा है यूरोपियन शीट बड़ा भी बना है, पूरा डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट भी करवाया है। उसके बाद उसके मैकेनिकल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स कंपैरेटिवली विथ मेनी मटेरियल्स वो भी टेस्ट किया है। किसी के भी कोई भी डाउट है इसके रिलेटेड लंच के टाइम हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं। इवन माइक्रो स्ट्रक्चर भी आप देखेंगे, वो जूट डालना से क्या होता है, जूट नहीं डालना से क्या होता है, वो भी प्रॉपर्टीज है। उसके बाद एनर्जी की हम बात करते हैं, एनर्जी कितना प्रोडक्शन ऑफ ग्लास फाइबर बोर्ड और प्लेवुड हम बात करते हैं। प्लेवुड के आपको कितना भी आप बैठा है वो मोस्टली लकड़ी और प्लेवुड। आप यूएन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल के बात करें और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के कितना लकड़ी काट रहे हैं हम लोग उसके लिए, प्लाईवुड बनाने के लिए, पार्टिकल बोर्ड बनाने के लिए। इससे एनर्जी हम सबसे कम जरूरी पड़ता है ये प्रोडक्ट बनाने के लिए। तो बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट हम शोकेस भी किया है, डिस्मिनेट भी किया है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी कमर्शियल करके मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए कितना पैसा लगेगा, पैसा कितना इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्या क्या मिशन चाहिए, कितना स्पेस चाहिए, कितना बिजली चाहिए, कितना रॉ मटेरियल चाहिए, कोई भी चीज कोई भी डिटेल चाहिए अब बात करेंगे। उसके लिए हम ऊपर से आया, थैंक्स टू अगेन वंस अगेन अटेरा फॉर गिविंग दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। हम अटेरा के साथ जुड़े, सर्टेनली हम इसके आगे ले जा सके। हम ऑलरेडी 5 इंडस्ट्री की टेक्नोलॉजी दिया है, सो मे बी मोर देन 15 इंडस्ट्री डिस्कशन करते रहता है, लेकिन प्रोडक्ट मार्केट नहीं आया है टू वन ऑफ द अदर चैलेंजेस। तो सुबह अभी आप बात किया थे हमारा कुछ सर पराली की बात किया था। पराली में अभी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, पराली में हम प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, पराली से हम प्रोडक्ट बनाए हैं, पूरा शीट बनाया है, पार्टिकल बोर्ड सिमिलर टू दैट वन, टेक्नोलॉजी में लाइसेंस भी किया है। पराली 1 किलो 24 रुपये के मिल रहा है। आई एम सेइंग आई एम पुटिंग इंडस्ट्री 1 rupees 1 kilogram of parali is 25 rupees। सपोज आप मेरे के भेज दीजिए गोपाल के 25 किलो, मैं उसके 10 रुपये रेट में और 20 रुपये रेट में भी देने के लिए रेडी है। पैसा नहीं मिलता है, खाली आग लगाने के टाइम अक्टूबर नवंबर में 3 रुपये की मिलता है, बट लेकिन नॉर्मल डे में नहीं मिल जाता है। बट मालूम नहीं है पराली के पूरा लोग चल रहा है, बट हमारे पास सोल्यूशन 100% सोल्यूशन, नॉट इवन 99% है, इवन रिसाइक्लेबल। यानी go, that is another things। 8 कंट्रीज में ये टेक्नोलॉजी के पेटेंट अप्लाई किया है, ग्रांट भी हो गया, इंक्लूडिंग यूएस, ब्राजील, कनाडा, यूरोप, चाइना, इंडिया, तुर्की, सिमिलर टू दैट 8 कंट्रीज में पेटेंट फाइल किया है, पेटेंट ग्रांट भी हो गया, 3 पेटेंट। उसके बाद हम पीयू के साथ लाइट वेट बनाए हैं, इसके साथ में उसके साथ हम ड्रिल करेंगे, स्क्रू करेंगे, कीलिंग करेंगे, ऑल द टेस्ट हैव बीन डन। डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट विद लाइट वेट, फॉल सीलिंग के लिए आपको यूज करना है मे बी बिलो 0.8 ग्राम पर सीसी और 0.3 ग्राम पर सीसी, वी कैन मेक इट। So these are all the different product. You can use polyurethane system, you can use epoxy resin system, you can use phenol formaldehyde system, you can use polyester resin system, whatever polymer, whichever application चाहिए उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हम बना सकते हैं। These are all the different test product। 10 मिनट हो गए नहीं है मैडम? ओके, दिस इज सेंट्रल टेबल देख रहे हैं, ये भी उसके लिए है, उसके प्रॉपर्टीज वगैरह भी ऑलरेडी टेबल में है, यू कैन यूज इट। वेदर जूट के साथ में फुल्ली बायोडिग्रेडेबल, 100% बायोडिग्रेडेबल विथ पैलिलेक्ट्रिक एसिड, वेयर पैलिलेक्ट्रिक एसिड इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, ऑलमोस्ट 500 रुपीज 1000 रुपीज पर किलोग्राम नहीं मिलता है, बट लेकिन इंडिया में भी नहीं मिलता है। वर्ल्ड वाइड ओनली 2 कंट्रीज, यूएस ओनली, जर्मन में दे आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड वी आर ओनली परचेसिंग, बट फुल्ली बायोडिग्रेडेबल प्रोडक्ट भी इसको ऊपर हम बनाए हैं, उसका टेस्ट किया है, इसको डिटेल वगैरह है। इंटरेस्टिंगली अब जूट कल्टीवेशन में देखिए कितना पानी यूज होता है, इसलिए पानी से कंटामिनेट होकर ग्राउंड वाटर, एक्टिविटी लाइफ, वेजिटेशन, ह्यूमन हेल्थ का अफेक्ट। Government of West Bengal Joint Secretary, they came, they told that अब लास्ट 25 साल के क्रॉप देखेंगे, जूट फाइबर कल्टीवेशन ये वो ऐसे नहीं चल रहा है, जूट फाइबर कल्टीवेशन ऐसे चल रहा है, ऐसे कंडीशन में जाएंगे और 25 साल के बाद जूट फाइबर खत्म, ऐसे खत्म हो जाएंगे, क्या होगा? हमको नेचुरल फाइबर अल्टरनेट देखना पड़ेगा। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल हमारे साथ आके हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी लाइसेंस किया है, वो जूट सिसल फाइबर टेक्नोलॉजी है। सिसल फाइबर टेक्नोलॉजी से क्या पानी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा, सीधे सीधे फाइबर एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकता है। एक सेकंड नहीं, 5-6 सेकंड के अंदर 25 कंडे के काम कर सकते। 25 कंडे में पुराने जमाने में काटेंगे पत्ती, पानी में डुबाएंगे, नेक्स्ट डे लकड़ी से मारेंगे, फिर फाइबर निकालेंगे। द 24 आवर जॉब, इवन 24 सेकंड में आपको फाइबर एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकता है, वो फैसिलिटी हमारे पास है। उससे हम रूरल आर्टिशियंस, हैंडीक्राफ्ट, टेबल मैट, वो सारा क्राफ्ट आर्टिकल भी हम बनाए हैं। हम मेन टारगेट ऐसे रेनफोर्सिंग मटेरियल कंपोजिट में कैसे यूज करेंगे। इवन पतालकोट में मध्य प्रदेश में 4,000 ट्राइबल पीपल के हम अडाप्ट करके उनके कल्टीवेशन करके जगह में उनके ये डेली वेजेस, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड इनकम जनरेशन, लाइवलीहुड इम्प्रूवमेंट, वो भी साथ साथ में हम कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत सारा अदर साइलेंट फीचर में बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा। मटीरियल परफॉर्मेंस, अदर एप्लीकेशन, ये सब डिटेल ऑलरेडी बात हो गया है सवेरे। अब बहुत सारा साड़ी वगैरह भी बनाया है, हम टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत सारा लाइसेंस कराया है। वी लुक फॉरवर्ड, गुजरात से होम इंडस्ट्री डालने वाला है। सो इट इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, इट्स अ वंडर अपॉर्चुनिटी। यू कैन क्रिएट कैश फ्रॉम योर जूट फाइबर, and not only jute fiber, in all type of natural fiber, and there is an opportunity to replace glass fiber. When we talk about UN Sustainable Development Goal, there is opportunity to remove the, at least initially to start with substituting glass fiber for automotive industry, for transport system, including aerospace applications, and this is time how we can further improve, how to make a thin, fine yarn from the jute fiber similar to your kapda ke, there may be up 50 micrometer in size, having tensile strength of more than 350 minimum tensile strength with a yarn, not with the fiber. Single fiber is okay, with the fiber you have converted to a yarn and then textile. So there is opportunity in all aspect, whether it is environment or पैसे create करना or business setup करना. So maybe people may be looking at the पैसे बहुत होगा, कौन से इंडस्ट्रीज डालेंगे, सोच रहा होगा, उनको बता दीजिए। हम भोपाल में आने के लिए, हम यूरोप में आर लास्ट स्लाइड, यूएस में देखेंगे ना, 3 महीने के अंदर ये कर रेडी हो जाता है। 3 महीने के अंदर नो रेत, नो किट्टी, नो सीमेंट, नो सैंड, नो पेंट, नो पिगमेंट, नो सेरामिक। सेरामिक बनाने के लिए देखेंगे आपको कितना कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिशन हो रहा है। Nowadays, even Central Vista or Smart City or Hall Airport, पूरे ceramic tiles डालेंगे, सब जगह भी ceramic tiles। वही what for ceramic tiles? किसके नुकसान कर रहा है? Are we really understanding the importance of environment? If we are really concerned for that one, we should totally now substitute our jute fiber based composite as an architectural cladding panel. Last slide. Yes. To use for civil infrastructure, for all such applications. It is a great opportunity. With this, I would like to thank my DG CSIR, Director CSIR, and organizers, Atira, as well as Jute Board and the Textile Ministry. And thank you all for listening to me. I will be happy to criticism, questions, critical questions during lunch time. अभी lunch break, no questions. आधा में सामने बात करते हैं। So बहुत सारे packaged product भी है हमारे साथ में, इसके भी कोई सैंपल देख रहे हैं, दे दूंगा। मैं बहुत सारे लेके आए, थोड़े बहुत होटल में भी रखा है। So you are welcome to Ampri Bhopal to have get married with Ampri. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Bhushan Chaudhary to kindly felicitate Dr. Ashokan Pappu.
30 minutes. Last 30 minutes.
मैं 2:30 ही बोलने वाली
30
2:30 Yes. We can have the questions during lunch, sir. Okay, okay, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead. Yes, yes, please go ahead, sir.
I'm going to, okay, I am going to give you very good news and somewhat very bad news also. I don't know how many people are aware of this thing. Just before 15 days, EU Parliament has passed the resolutions to ban the wood-based product in entire EU. And shortly this is going to be followed by US, Canada, Australia. Also, this is the news I am going. Now, why I am telling you this, once the banning of wood product is going to be there will be a lot of opportunity going to come to use this type of product, what you are talking, as a replacement of the wood. Now, why they have passed on these resolutions? To control the deforestation. Now, I don't know how many people has visited Europe or USA, Canada. Majority of houses are constructed by the wood. And if that ban really being implemented and they are going to do it to control the deforestation, a very good opportunity for India, particularly for this type of product, going to occur if we start making preparation for that. Wait for 1.5 or 2 years. This is my point to all the people. And I'm giving you this news because I got this news from my office in Zurich, Switzerland.
Thank you so much, sir, for the information. We would now be breaking for we would now be breaking for networking lunch and meet back at 2:30.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Actually, the building on that of house में मैं खड़ा था उधर 3 लाइन I was standing morning to evening from the start of the foundation till completion of the entire house warming. So I could be able to see what is there in that house. Thank you.
ऐसे चालू कर दो।
हाँ कर दीजिए। Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated so that we can start our next session. We will now be starting our next session. Our next speaker for today is Dr. Ankush Sharma, who will be speaking about Atira and its activities and jute fiber-based products.
So, good afternoon to all. मैं उनको अगर पूछ लो कि यहाँ पे कैसे करना है। So, welcome to all in this post-lunch session of the symposium. Here, I'm just going to give you the brief about the Atira, what different activities that we are doing at Atira, and the focus on the two projects which is like supported by the National Jute Board, on which we have worked, like to use jute as a potential material for the two different applications. So, Atira is a 75-year-old institute where we are continuously working on the product development to provide the services to the industries in the textile as well as in composites. We developed certain products in the recent months, you can say the couple of months, where we developed this portable cabins using the hybrid composite, jute composite in the prosthetic leg application, and also Atira has been developed the filtration material with the 99.9% efficiency. We also developed the PTFE nanofibers. So, in the last 10 years, Atira has been completed more than 100 projects, which is sponsored by government and the industry. We at Atira have the capability to convert your idea into the product, like the realistic product. So, like once you have the idea in the field of the textile as well as in the composite, so you can come and we support you in order to be convert your idea into the products. We have the close relationship with the SEC ISRO Space Application Center, where we have developed more than 70 products in like in last few years for the space as well as for the ground application. We are also developing some of the product for the defense application. We are working in the different sectors, which includes the aerospace, defense, drone components, urban air mobility systems, the components for the EVs, electrical insulation, like FRP material for the electrical insulation application, automotive application, and so on. So we have a team with near about 100 people who are continuously working for the development of the new product with support in the growth of the country. Atira is a non-profit organization. As far as the testing, so I'm not going to cover the more about the testing as the next session we have on the, especially on the composite as well as on the geotextile testing. Yeah, but we have the composite testing facility over here. We have the geotextile testing things over here. We also have the cotton testing facility at Atira. So from like textile to technical textile to composite. So all kind of the testing facilities with the NABL accreditation, we have the facility for that. We also support to the startups through our incubation and the focus incubation center. Recently, like as in the morning session, Prashant Minaji has said that like already we have granted the 3 the startups through Atira who are working in the field of the textile as well as in the composite. Some material, new commercialized project has been done over there where we just develop this electrical insulated metal with the grade of G10, G11, indigenize the carbon fiber sleeves for the aerospace application. So yeah, we have the state-of-the-art facility for making of this sleeve. So the bedding machine with the 276 carriers where we can develop the sleeve from 30 mm diameter to 800 mm diameter. We also working the like completely sustainable material where we have supported to one of the startup in based on the Gandhinagar where the completely cow dung based natural composite has been developed for the non-structural application. So we have the like center of excellence. So we are continuously working the composite, geotextile, nano spinning, where we just transfer idea into the prototype and also support to convert that prototype or that product can be directly launched into the market. So this particular slide shows that what are the different products so far we have developed under these 3 different center of excellence. So especially I talk about the COE geotextiles where more than 20 projects has been completed from the ministry for the road construction, water reservoir lining and the hill slope protection, and also the constructed 75-kilometer road with the retaining wall in the northeast using the woven and non-woven fabric. So in the last year we have granted 2 patents. So obviously first one is related to the thermoset based jute composite, which was again earlier funded by the National Jute Board, and we have successfully completed. We have installed certain this I can say the toilet jute based toilet, and we also grant the patent on that. Secondly, it is pellet made from the corrugated paper form. So this pellet can also be sustained the 1-ton load, and it is as lighter as that you can lift by the single finger. So this is the USP of this particular patent. 8 additional patents are in the pipeline. We are also like working on the certain new development where this particular project has been granted from the Ministry of Textile under the NTTM scheme. So with SEC ISRO, we are developing one slotted waveguide antenna that is completely replacement of the conventional material, and that will drastically reduce the weight of the payload. So that project on that project we are working, and with that project we are also now now establishing the 2 new facilities which will be very much helpful for the aerospace as well as for the defense applications. So we are coming up with the autoclave as well as the clean room with 10,000 and 1 lakh class. So again, that will be the essential like facilities that generally used for the to work with the prepegs. Second, that we are working on the development of the HEPA filter. We have already developed certain prototypes. Also, we have achieved that what the milestone that we have targeted. So the HEPA filter is also very much essential, and like it is a completely import substitute. We continuously organizing the skill development program. We are also empaneled with this Ministry of Textile GST scheme, where more than in this year more than 40 students has been undergone to the internship under that scheme in the field of the technical textile. Regularly we are organizing the training and skill development program that are generalized, that are industry based and completely customized training program that can be as per the need of the industry. We are these are some of the futuristic projects that we are working on. That so development of the critical component for the space-based Earth observation cameras, development of the battery separators, aircraft deck materials, glass phenolic prepegs. Also, in collaboration with the Ahmedabad University, we are starting one master program into the composites, which is the session is going to be start from the next month. So we have certain collaboration where continuously we are doing the development work from them. So now some of the futuristic work. So we are working on the enhancing the mechanical performance of the fiber reinforced polymer composite, specifically natural fiber composites, improve the electrical conductivity of the fiber reinforced polymer composite. Also, we have started now the design capability. So we are providing now services to the industry for their tool and part design. So where we just perform all kind of the analysis, including thermal analysis, which is very much essential for the composite tooling. So this kind of the services also we have started now. Now just come to the project. So already in the Atira pavilion you have seen the miniature of the jute porta cabin, jute based porta cabin as well as the prosthetic leg. So the first porta cabin where the industry partner is AB Composite Private Limited and the knowledge partner is MNIT Jaipur, where we have just made the sandwich composite. And so we have gone through the different characterization based upon that material has been designed, and this porta cabin has been installed in the 2 different places. One is in Sikkim and another one is in Tawan, which is in Arunachal Pradesh. We also perform in the objective is to provide the thermal insulation so that in the worst weather condition at least the inside environment should be comfortable. So for that the sandwich composite has been developed. We also did the numerical simulation for that by using the different materials, and at last we just come on the conclusion that what will be the final material design for that, and then this particular porta cabin has been installed. And we also collected the feedback from the defense personnel, who is just the person who is residing inside the cabin. And as you can see from the data that without using any external heat source, so say for example minus temperature is -3 degrees centigrade, so in the morning at 7 o'clock, so inside temperature we are observing +3 degrees centigrade. So you can see that without using any external heat source, the temperature variation is near about 8 to 10 degrees centigrade, which is very much helpful in order to be sustained to that much environment, as well as it is a less energy consuming process, because now we are not using external heat source. If you want to use any external heat source, then it can be sustained for the long time. So in the analysis what we observed, in order to come into the equilibrium condition, so equilibrium means say for example if outer temperature is -3 degrees centigrade and inside temperature is +3 degrees centigrade, now over a certain period of time it will become on a same temperature. Okay, so it takes near about 11 hours to come on the equilibrium condition. So these are some of the salient features in the specification of the porta cabin. So that miniature already you have seen. So it is what actual size we have installed it is 2 meter by 3 meter. Weight is near about 1200 kg. Only 1 day is required for the complete installation of that porta cabin. It is light in weight. It is also as per the IS standard 155972. Okay, fire resistance, weather resistance. So these are the certain specifications as well as the salient features of that porta cabin. So this is one just cost comparison with the existing material based upon the data collected from the different part of the country, and you can see that it is near about 3,000 to 3,500 to 4,000 rupees, which comes as like cost of the panel. Now come to the second project now, where like in the morning session, inaugural session, that lots of discussion has been done on that jute based prosthetic leg. So the socket material under that prosthetic leg has been developed with this jute composite, and the association with the Blind School Association, the Blind People Association is there, which is just near to the Atira. With their support, we have developed this jute based socket, and it has been implanted on the 5 to 6 different patients, and they are using from like more than a year, and they feel very comfortable with that jute based composite. So this is just simply the process for that. These are the property that we have characterized with the different combinations, and based upon that we have optimized the combination. Then the jute based sleeve has been developed in order to be optimize the production process. So we wanted to be reduce the production time. So directly, instead of using the jute fabric, now the sleeve has been developed that can be directly used as sock and then can be converted in composite. So these are the some patient details. So we have considered the different age group, different weight group. Based upon that, this jute based prosthetic limb has been implemented on that, and they are using more than a year, and like performance wise they are like very happy as it is light in weight. They are feeling comfortable during the use. There is no irritation. So say for example, instead of this natural fiber, if they are earlier they were using with this glass fiber, so over a period of time this socket material is just wear out, and that due to this glass fiber now they are just facing some irritation on the skin. So this with this natural fiber, that complete problem of irritation has been minimized. They can walk without any hurdle, and during the use like they are not facing any problem. So this is the like feedback from the user. So with that I just thank you. So these are the two projects where we are working on the National Jute Board, porta cap and the prosthetic limb. Secondly, like the whatever the different activities are that we are doing. So as the industry, I also invite you all to come to utilize the services of Atira to collaborate on the new product development, specifically on the jute based composites. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ankush. I would now like to invite Dr. Bhumi Rajaguru and Dr. Ankush for your felicitation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Before the lunch session, we heard a lot of presentations that spoke about jute applications in geotextiles. Yes, jute fibers have found various applications in the field of geotextiles. Various products have been developed that have helped to improvise the stability and the strength of the soil, drainage structures, erosion control, and much more. To shed some light on this topic, let us invite our next speaker, Ms. Dipali Palawat, Senior Deputy Director, Atira. Her presentation would be on geotextile and composite tatting. USB download. करना होगा क्या? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'll be talking to you about briefly. First, I'll start with Atira. Ankush has already covered. I'll just take you through quickly. We are an autonomous non-profit organization. He has said we are 75 years old, and we are linked to Ministry of Textiles, registered with Department of Science and Technology. Major activities, it's a research organization, so R&D is the core activity. We also do consultancy, training, testing, calibration, incubation, survey, engineering services. We have mainly 3 Center of Excellence. Composite Center of Excellence for Composites is recognized by Ministry of Textiles. And we have our own Center of Excellence for Geotextiles and Nanotextiles. I'll take you through first Center of Excellence for Geotextiles. The activities that we do in geotextiles is testing. We have complete testing facilities, so I'll take you through all of them one by one. Product development, that's the other activity. Training and workshops, and also we offer solutions of application of geotextiles. So when we talk about testing, we have more than 30 parameters, the testing facility for more than 30 parameters, and all kinds of geotextile products, be it woven geotextiles, non-woven geotextiles, geogrid, geocomposites, geocells, geostraps, geobags, clay liners, gabions. You talk about it, we do the testing. And the thing is, why we recommend, or why we say we are good enough. One, we are NABL accredited. So for all the parameters, we are NABL accredited, and all the QCOs for geotextiles. So there are 19 QCOs that are there for geotextiles. For all the 19 QCOs, we are empaneled by BIS. When we talk about the testing facility or testing lab, we have the facility of testing for index testing as well as performance testing, long-term testing. Index testing, if I talk about apparent opening size, tensile strength tester, or CBR puncture, thickness, water permeability through the plane, across the plane. So these are some of the facilities. When I'm talking about performance test, we have weathering, UV weathering tester, which gives you information about its performance, UV related to temperature, humidity. And we also, when we are talking about long term, we have oxidation test, we have pull-out tester, shear tester, abrasion tester. See, these are some of the testing facilities that we have on geotextiles, and it is one of its kind, where under one roof we have all these facilities. Under the Center of Excellence for Geotextiles, the other activity that we do is the product development. So for that, we have the complete facility of developing any kind of product. So it is about having a winding machine. We have a sectional warping. We have 2 wide width looms of 340 and 430 centimeter, wherein we can have woven, glass woven fabrics, or PP or polyester, or any of those woven fabrics can be developed. We also have special loom for carbon weaving in case of carbon
geotextiles. And of course, we have the lamination and coating machine also. The other activity that we do, as we said, we also offer training programs and workshops. So we have done geotextile program, awareness program for many of the chief engineers, many of the bodies in civil bodies, because this is used in civil applications like road, water reservoirs or hill slopes. Geotextiles is widely used, and most of the civil organizations they find difficult to understand textiles, so we help them and give an awareness on that. So the different agencies that we have covered are PWD, water resource bodies, NHAI, SSNL, rural department, fisheries, horticulture, a lot of departments we have covered, and we must have covered more than 600 participants all across in various states. We have also offered one-stop solution in application of geotextiles. So we have done, Ankush was talking, we have done 20 projects. These projects are on application of geotextiles in roads, water reservoirs and hill slopes. We did it in Northeast, where we were the nodal agencies for, it was a Ministry of Textile scheme initially to introduce geotextiles. ATIDA was identified as the agency, and we did these projects across 6 states in Northeast. So when we are talking about doing these projects, we did it, end-to-end solutions we offered. So we identified the requirement, whether the project, the area where we do the application, does it really need a geotextile application, the techno-economic viability of that, preparing the DPR, doing the audits, testing, installation, and providing certificates. So complete end-to-end solutions we had given for all these 20 projects. These are some of the pictures of whatever we had done of the, I'm talking about those 20 projects. So this is in Northeast. So as I said, we did it on roads. So these are some of the road projects. This is in Manipur, wherein we applied. It was in the airport. This has a very interesting story, where in one side of the airport we had geotextile applied, and the other side, they didn't require it, so we didn't do it. And it's after 5 years, we got a feedback from the Manipur, authorities, wherein they said that there is hardly any repair or maintenance cost on the sites where the geotextile had been put on, while the other side, they face a lot of problem and there's a lot of maintenance required. And that's the advantage, and that's why even ministry and the government is pushing for application of geotextiles. So this is some examples of water reservoirs that we did. We covered, when we are talking about roads, we covered stretches as long as 88 kilometers, 55 kilometers, and so on. There were quite a few projects in Mizoram, Meghalaya. This is in, again, application of geotextile in Kundapam, Tauram Road. This is Tripura. This is in Manipur, geocell being some examples, woven geotextiles. I'll talk now about Center of Excellence for Composites. Our testing facilities there, again, when we are talking about composites, we have complete facilities. Like geotextiles, we can do testings for a lot of products, even at composites. The panels, we can, laminates can be tested, pultruded FRP products, CIPP liners, GRP pipes, grates, manhole covers, immersion tanks, rebars, building materials, wind blades. You talk of the products, most of the composites product, we have the complete facility to do the testing. The testing facilities, these are all the facilities that we have. You can have heat and flame testing facility, mechanical, non-destructive and electrical testing facility. If I go one by one, heat and flame, we have HRR, heat release rate, dual cold calorimeter, which we have the smoke density chamber, which gives you an idea of how much amount of smoke is generated when a material is burnt. So it gives an idea of the problem that one can face in case of fire, what will be the respiration issues and things like that. Similarly, we have a toxicity index tester, which gives you the amount of toxic gas that can be generated when a material burns. So quite a few deaths happen because of the toxic gases that get released due to combustion. Limiting oxygen index gives you an idea of the amount of oxygen that is required to burn the material. So higher the value, the better. The flame chamber, which gives you vertical and horizontal burning flammability values. The horizontal surface, how much is the spread of flame. This gives you the flammability test. The IMO gives you the vertical spread of flame. So these are some of the heat and flame facilities. They are one of its kind. We are empaneled by RDSO Railways Department for heat and flame testing. When we talk about mechanical testing, so this is normally, heat and flame is normally used by mass transportations. Mechanical testing, we have 400 and 100 Newton UTM, wherein you can have all kinds of parameters tested, be it tensile, compression, flexural, shear, modulus, all kinds of testers. We have a drop weight impact tester, the pendulum impact tester, that's the Charpy test. We have the torsion tester, DMA, hardness tester, quite a few, facility. We have good facility for people to use, and we again, Composite Lab is NABL accredited, so our results, are preferred by most of the agencies. So we are empaneled by agencies like Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Delhi Jal Board, Mumbai, MCGM, and as I said, RDS. So quite a few agencies have empaneled us for all these testings in composites. So this is non-destructive test. So we have a portable ultrasonic portable meter. We also have an standalone immersion TAC ultrasonic scanner. Electrical testing facility also we have. Various tests that we are able to do: dielectric strength, dry arc resistance, glow wire test, comparative tracking index. So these are some of the, all the testing facilities we have even in composites. So if I talk about this, these were about two main center of excellence. Just to give you a brief, we have testing facilities for all the other things also. So we have physical testing facility, we have in textiles, we have technical textiles, we have geo. I've already talked about geo. We also have in textiles, protective textiles. So for protective textiles, like there are again, quite a few QCOs, and we are empaneled by BIS for all of them. Composites, I've already talked. We also have a complete chemical and environmental analysis lab where we do eco testing. Credentials, I've already talked about it. Just overall credentials, we work with ISRO, we work with DRDO, we work with National High Speed Rail Corporation, Tata, BHEL, Reliance, Arvind, quite a few of them. What we take pride is in we being a neutral third-party agency, and therefore that's what gives us the credibility and the authenticity to stand here and speak. Thank you very much.
I would request ma'am to please stay on stage. Dr. Datta, I would like to invite you on stage to kindly felicitate Dipali ma'am.
Next up in line, we are going to be starting with the panel discussions. Our first panel discussion is regarding market trends and future prospects for natural fibers. During this panel discussion, we will be exploring the advancements, newer applications, and market trends to increase the adoption of jute fibers. This session will be moderated by Dr. Datta, and the speakers for this session would be Dr. Samir Sood. Do we have him here? Yes. So please join us on the stage. Dr. Samir Sood, Director NIFT Gandhinagar, is an experienced professor with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry. His expertise lies in corporate social responsibility, operations management, retail, quality assurance, and sourcing. Our next panelist is Mrs. Budipta Saha. Mr. Budipta Saha is a technical head, Indian Jute Mills Association, Kolkata. He has an experience of total 32 years, and his areas of interest are research and development in jute processing and machine development. Our next panelist is G.R. Verma. Mr. G.R. Verma is from Birla Jute Mills, and he has a total of 19 years of experience in the jute industry. Our next panelist is Mr. Vivek Kapadia, who is the former Secretary, Government of Gujarat. His focus areas have been in water resource planning, design execution, repairs and benchmarking of large irrigation projects. He has successfully addressed several problems in the field of dam and canal engineering with innovative usage of geosynthetics. Our last panelist for today is Ms. Anamika De. She is the visiting faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, Chief Innovation Manager and CEO, Gujarat Grassroots Innovation Augmentation Network. Her research interests lie in understanding grassroots and social innovations, their emergence, translation, and transfer across geographies, community resilience, especially as understood and contributed by women, connecting corporations and communities.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I welcome all the dignitaries, all the panelists, and I invite the audience also to actively participate in this panel discussion. It's very interesting. In fact, although I'm a technical man, but then the job thrust by Atira to discuss as a moderator for this panel topic is market trends and future prospects for natural fibers. Just to give a very brief on this, what we are going to discuss, that since morning we have been listening that natural fiber is very important in today's market. Natural fibers such as cotton, jute, hemp, flax, and bamboo have gained significant importance in today's market due to the several factors like sustainability, environment friendly, biodegradability. Especially the biodegradability when natural fibers decompose naturally, reducing the environmental impact compared to synthetic materials that can persist for centuries in the landfills. Now, natural fibers often have unique textures and colors that provide a natural and aesthetic appeal. In today's market, there is a growing consumer demand for sustainable and ethical products, driving the popularity of natural fibers. So the overall, the combination of sustainability and the comfort, the aesthetic appeal has made the natural fibers a valuable and sought after resource in today's market. Now, if you see the potential of natural fibers, of course, the sustainability we have been talking since morning, this versatility of the natural fibers, the wide range of applications like for textiles and apparels, packaging, to construction materials, even in the automotive components, even the ongoing research and development projects are leading to new innovative uses of natural fibers such as biocomposites, medical textiles, and electronics even. the increasing demand for sustainable and ethical products is driving the growth of the natural fiber market. There is no doubt in that. So it leads to the economic benefits also, because the cultivation and processing of natural fibers can create jobs and contribute to local economies. So now coming to the market trends, if I have to discuss on the market trends, the global natural fiber market size was valued at nearly $48.75 billion in 2022, and it's projected to reach nearly 75 billion USD by 2030 at a CAGR of 5.67% from 2023 to 2030. Now, since I am from the jute sector, in the morning I have briefed about the market size of jute. The jute industry is 18,000 crore industry, in which the government procurement is nearly 12,000 crores, and the export, we are exporting nearly 2800 crores, and rest is going to the open market. Of course, the export items are floor coverings, shopping bags, Hessian fabric, cocoa bags, JGTs, and the major markets are USA, UK, France, Netherlands, etc. So with this background, I'd like to start the conversation, and I think we have the eminent panelist here. So we have Mr. Saha from IJMA, Ms. Dey from visiting faculty of IIM Ahmedabad, and then Mr. Burma from Birla Corporation. Then we have Mr. Kapadia from Government of Gujarat, and of course Dr. Sood from and Director NIFT Gandhinagar. So I think ladies first. So ma'am, may I ask a question on this for the? I think yeah. So once I gone through your resume and this thing, you were basically engaged in grassroots and social innovations, and expert in environment management, right? Yeah. So our country is very rich with vast natural fibers resources. We see the Himalayan fibers. There are a wide range of Himalayan fibers in the hills, and in the plain also we have so many like cotton, jute, hemp, flax, rami, sisal, so many natural fibers. So could you please elaborate on how India could leverage, how we could leverage upon and take the benefits and advantage of these natural fibers, of these huge resources on the environment aspect of, on this environment aspect in today's era? I think I can give you 3 minutes.
Okay, I will keep it very short.
Yeah.
So yes, sir, there is no doubt. Everybody knows here about natural fibers and their utility and their impact on the environment. But there are some sectors which we are not looking at. The world is looking at as a market, right? कोई भी आप e-commerce platform ले लें, they will like to have their market here, be it Amazon, Flipkart. There's another Meesho. There are so many because they see us as market. But the problem is we don't see us as market. Instead of playing on the strengths we have, like you said, so the diversity. Because somebody has told that everything in the market has to look same, right? You go to an Arrow store or maybe Calvin Klein, any apparel store, there is one color of shirt, pants or dresses, right? But when you go to a sari shop, we love diversity. No two women in this hall has worn the same color. Forget about the fabric. But I can find 5 people wearing blue shirt. Right, sir? So why aren't we playing on the diversity rather than making everything standardized? Coming to the natural fiber, so Himalayan में एक ये है बिच्छू बूटी, अर्टिका डायर का nettle fiber. It is very valuable. Locals use it. Local had the knowledge, so we have revived the craft. Now, one kurta sells for at least 12,000 rupees. Now, why aren't we? Because we represent India wherever outside when we go. We see there are people like the indigenous communities. They come with the birds, feathers. They will come with skulls hung around. They are very proud of their culture. But when I go and represent in the international forum, I will not use my natural fibers. I will not wear a silk, a tussar, or a nettle, or cotton. I will like to be dressed as a Westerner because I want to look like them. But we don't play on what we are good at. So, sir, with diversity, it will also bring in the environmental diversity. Environmental diversity, I mean, not only flora, fauna, microbial diversity. There are now, dyes being extracted from microbes. That has happened because we have let our soil to remain diversified. Even in case of rice, if we see, the rice that was served today and the rice that we ate at home, or your home, my home, they're very different. When India is a land of diversity, so we have to inculcate this as a market proposition and not something to feel bad about. So I think, sir, this is where economic sustainability will meet with environmental sustainability. Whenever we fan this diversity thing and we let people be as diverse as possible, the sustainability thing will come, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Of course, yeah, diversity is very, very important. Yeah. Yes. Now I'm coming to the next panelist. We have Dr. Samir Sood, Director NAPE, sir. You are in the fashion sector, and it's very, very dynamic. Means today, what is fashionable today, what is a new thing, tomorrow it is outdated. So, sir, what according to you is the current market trends in both domestic and export sectors? And also, different countries are having their own stringent norms and legislations. So requirements. So whether and as a manufacturing country, where we are standing now, sir?
Okay, so Madam was talking about sustainability, so I will start with that sustainability thing. So sustainability, basically there are three pillars of sustainability: economic, equity, and environment. And India as a country, we are doing very good on all the three fronts.
Yes.
So if we talk about sustainable fibers, if we talk about sustainable production systems, we talk about ethical production systems. So generations over generations, we were basically practicing this sustainability concept. Right from the Vedas to the modern age, Mahatma Gandhi introduced the concept of khadi. What can be more sustainable than khadi?
Right.
So all the sustainable development goals of UN are actually met by khadi. 71% of the khadi workers, they are basically women workers. It is all village economy it supports, and it is no fossil fuels used and everything. And in the Vedas also there was a concept of prakriti rakshati rakshata. Basically, those who protect nature are protected by nature. So sustainability is not a new concept to our country. I always say that we are not a country. We are basically the oldest civilization on the planet.
Nothing new for us. Yeah.
It is nothing. It is not new. It is there in our genes.
Yeah.
Everybody's every Indian has that sustainability concept.
Correct.
Every Indian household you will find the old saris passing over generations to generations. So this Western world is talking about sustainability for last 20-25 years only, but we were practicing this sustainability concept for the 4,000 years back. Around 4,000 years. We were the oldest civilization, basically. I mean to say that. And coming to your question, what is the India's USP right now? India's USP, I think we should basically focus on the sustainable production system. Right now, the next Bharat would be happening. The Bharat is the biggest textile fair which happens in our country, and it is. I had the pleasure to basically announce this thing that the next Bharat would be happening from the 14th of Feb onwards.
February.
And the concept of this the previous Bharat was one of the concept was sustainability, but this Bharat the main theme of the Bharat is sustainability. That means that India as a country, we would like to sell our sustainability concept to the outside world. You see, the outside world, the Western world is right now they are only focusing on MMF. Entire Western world, if you see the production systems, if you see the market trends, they are only focusing on the man-made fibers. And this is how the Western world is basically, the market is basically roaming around. But India as a country, since sustainability is there in our country for over the generations and generations, so we right now it is the best time to sell sustainability concept to the outside world. Whether it is women empowerment, sustainability is only not using natural fibers. It is basically a lot of things are there into sustainability. And the theme of this panel discussion is natural fibers. So natural fibers, obviously India as a country, we are doing very good in terms of natural fibers. And last year we became the number 1 in cotton production. New age fibers, everybody is talking about new age fibers, regenerative fibers. So as a country, it gives me a pleasure to announce that we are number 1 in banana production, number 2nd in bamboo production. And this is how we are basically, we are all set to sell this sustainable concept to the outside world. You see, at this moment of time, there is no point basically having a rat race which the entire world is having. The entire world is running around man-made fibers. So let us, as a country, let us do something different which others are not doing or which others are not capable of doing. I would like to say they are not capable of doing cotton production because our ecosystem is very cotton friendly. Because India is right now, we are the number 1 in cotton production, we are number 2nd in bamboo production, number 1st in banana production, and even in jute we are number 2nd. If I am not wrong, we are number 2nd in the world. So jute, we have to basically come out of that. Whenever we discuss jute in the fashion world, I always said that we have to come out of that sacks concept. We have to think beyond sacks. Whenever we discuss about jute, subconscious mind, we always say that jute is some bora or something or some sack or something. No, it is not right. Jute is also one of the fashionable products. We as a country, as a ecosystem, we need to do something about jute production also. If we blend, I was just discussing this thing with Mr. Shah a while before, if we can blend jute with some lycra or something, then that blend will sell very well because it will have the drapability, it will have the flexibility. Right now, if we try something on jute, apparel, the flexibility is not there. And it is very brittle in nature and the drapability is not there. If you blend something with jute like lycra fiber or some other elastic fiber, then it becomes flexible also. Then drapability concept also comes into the picture. So my view again is that India as a country, we should sell the sustainable production systems to the outside world because the entire textile, by the way, it is the second biggest pollutant on the planet. And it becomes the responsibility of every citizen of this planet. Recently we hosted this G20 presidency. The theme for this G20 presidency was Vasudev Kutumbakam, Mission Life. That means one earth, one family, one future. One earth, one family, one future means that if there will be uncertainty in one part of the world, then the uncertainty will be there on the second part of the world also. So taking that clue, since sustainability is the responsibility of everybody, it is not only the responsibility of only the manufacturers, it is the bigger responsibility lies with the consumers. I always say that whenever a question is being asked from me, whose responsibility is the sustainability, the biggest responsibility lies with the consumers. And the second biggest responsibility lies with the manufacturers. Then obviously the government also plays a very important role in that. So again, sustainability is one thing which we should focus as a country, and usage of natural fibers will give a boost to our internal economy, and making India Atmanirbhar Bharat will also be a reality if we do this natural fibers.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. The ESG concept is now in every industry, and the entire world is going towards ESG. Other than the sustainable goals, the ESG is also very, very important. And for our country, the sustainability is nothing new, as Sir has told. So we have been following since ages, and we can offer to the other countries. True. Coming to my next panelist, I think I will request Mr. Verma, Mr. G.R. Verma. He is running very, successfully a very large size factory in the jute sector. And I have seen he is very proactive in terms of grabbing new technologies, new ideas, new products. Sir, will you please enlighten us the challenges you are facing in the jute sectors, basically in running such a huge factory, and the forces you're facing from the competitive, market like synthetics? What are the current challenges you're facing?
Yeah. In jute industry, the basic issues which we face is the outdated technology. We are using machines developed decades ago. We are, as such, because of the old technology, the industry is much more labor intensive than if we compare it with the cotton textiles or any synthetic textile. The development of machineries has not happened for jute industry. Basically, we have adopted some of the machines developed for the textile industry for jute, but basically the technology is very, very old, resulting in too much labor concentration. One. Second is that as labors are much higher and it is dependent on the workers, the fabrics which we produce cannot be made similar things every time. So there is always if we are making say 270 GSM fabric and then we find that thick and thin yarn is there. So those type of things cannot be controlled with the existing machineries. It's become very, very difficult. So we are not able to move in spite of our good effort to out of this packaging. We may have developed some shopping bag and all, but the high value added products could not be developed because of the non-development of these machineries, no new technology coming to it. And when we discuss among ourselves, what we find that why the machines has not been developed for jute industry. The reason being that jute industry is concentrated only in India and Bangladesh, the third world countries. So had it been jute industry been in say Europe or USA, by this time a new machine would have come. Because in India we do not have the mindset of R&D. And jute industry people as such, it's a big industry, employs so many laborers and all, but as such total turnover is about 15,000 crore rupees. So spending good money on R&D is very, very difficult. So there the government real support for the development of machineries is required. This is a major challenge. Then another thing, like for geotextiles and other things which we have developed and so many BIS standards and other things has come up. There also the acceptability of product is not there by the engineers who are designing the project for say railroad construction or for any other things. The acceptability and the thinking that jute is something which cannot sustain those things. That type of thing has not come and it has not been put up into the minds of the engineers, which is being coming out of the colleges. So they are, even if some construction engineer, they are studying only the synthetic textile things in their syllabus and all. They are not taught about, or they are not made aware of that geotextiles can also be used or can be sustainable. This is one thing. And wherever some demand comes, they want as of tomorrow. That, okay, do you have this fabric? Can you give me tomorrow? Because we don't have such a demand, we do not keep it ready. So this is a question of whether we should keep the stock or whether we should wait for the order. It's a very difficult thing. So these are the challenges which are there in jute industries, machine, labor intensive, quality issues because of the old technologies, and then finally the demand for the new emerging products. So these are a few challenges,
Right.
which I think needs some
Yeah,
address.
because in the natural fiber industry, like even if you take the industry, cotton industry, cotton is natural, so uniformity and these things, as it is expected in case of, as we get it in synthetic industry, you cannot get from the natural. But of
Uniformity
course,
because of the machineries has come up.
yeah, that is the major challenge is the outdated technology, the machinery, new machines are not coming up. Obviously, for the sector size is so less, so the good machinery manufacturers are also not coming up to handle these things. And so, but the jute textiles is concerned, the codal provisions are made. We have the BI standards, we have the IRC guidelines, but it's not the mind. Yeah, of course, it's a mind. It's basically, I can say it's a battle of perception in the minds of engineers. So, even though we can showcase the results of geotextiles, but still the civil engineers they still feel comfortable in synthetics, even though in the European market, in the recently we have one conference in Lisbon, Portugal. So different parts of the world, the different civil engineers and scientists, they came and they were deliberating on this issue, because even in the synthetic sector also they have started thinking that there is an issue of sustainability. Their sustainability is in question now, but they are now trying to create some kind of lobby. Kapadia sahab may be knowing it. So to prove the synthetic is also sustainable as it's in the case of natural fibers. So this is a battle of perception, and this will go and keep on going. That's a business dynamics, market dynamics. Coming to Mr. Saha, Mudipto Saha, sir, you have good experience in machinery sector. So Mr. Vermaji has just rightly pointed out that we have the outdated technology, and this. So you have good experience in the machinery sector, industry, and now you are functioning as technical head in Indian Jute Mill Association. So as an association, what are the key areas you have identified for the overall growth of this natural fiber sector?
First of all, agriculture is a big problem, because if you look into the agriculture of jute, we get around 45 to 60 ton per hectare of green plant, from which the exact fiber extraction will be around 6 to 8%. So unless the production of raw jute is increased, the price of raw jute cannot be decreased, and we cannot compete with the synthetic in many of the fields. RISEF is working on a lot of modernization for agriculture, and they are also the farmers are also adopting a lot of new technologies. Now, second is as far as the machines are concerned, we have purchasing a lot of textile-based machine, as Mr. Bharma said, which are being now adopted in the jute sector after a lot of changes made in the machines. As such, R&D in the machines for the jute has never been done, I think, for the last 100 or maybe more than 150 years. A lot of automations in the machines are required. And second is, for example, just for material movement inside the factory, huge quantity of workforce are required. So a lot of scopes for material movement inside the factory is also there. So automations are always welcome for the jute sector. And as far as the market is concerned, consistent market for whatever it is very much essential for the jute. Otherwise, nobody is interested in investing in the jute sector. Like today, there is a secured market for the packaging by the government. So every mill is running for packaging material. If there is a consistent order for any other diversified product, obviously industry is there to invest if they are getting orders. So these are the basic challenges for the jute sector.
Okay. So agriculture is basically a challenging area, and the market orders, consistent orders. Of course, no one can, other than government, no one can ensure. It's the industry and the total business dynamics. So with this kind of situation, we have with us Mr. Vivek Kapadia. He's ex-Secretary Government of Gujarat, and is immediate past president of Indian Geotechnical Society Indian chapter, International Geotechnical Society of Indian chapter. Sir, you have executed many projects in the water resource department, and what according to you is the potential of natural fibers like jute in this construction segment, and what should be the approach of the manufacturers of JGT to help this potential, to tap these potential markets actually?
Yeah, so because I am from the engineering side, I see the natural fibers as a technical textile, more sort of. So the issue here is, there are certain illusions that are required to be busted. Number one, natural fibers and synthetic fibers are not in competition with each other. They are complementary to each other. Say, if you require compaction to be done, natural fibers won't come to your succour. If you want consolidation to be done, natural fibers are a boon. So we need to understand which kind of application you are focusing on, and accordingly you need to choose the material for, therefore. So that is required to be understood. That is the engineering requirement, and accordingly we have to go by. Number two, there is a belief that, natural fibers are not longevous. They are sustainable but not longevous. There are two different characteristics, longevity and sustainability. So here we cut a sorry face that natural fibers like jute and coir, they are disintegrated in so and so months, and that's why they are sustainable, but they are not longevous. But that's not the case with all the natural fibers. For example, if you see the Great Wall of China, even the Temple Wall of Babylonia, they are the classical examples wherein even today you can find the creepers embedded into it as a soil enforcement. Our people have, built up a very wrong perception that this geo-enforcement is a very advanced technology. No, our forefathers knew it. Fagoting was known to us before thousands of years. So all natural fibers are non-longevous is a myth. There are fibers which are longevous plus sustainable. So long as jute is concerned, it is not a bad property that it gets disintegrated over a period of time. Actually speaking, it's a propitious property of the jute that it disintegrates into the soil when it is embedded. I shall tell you just one simple example. We are seeing all the time, very robust structures on the river banks. They are the gabions. What is the design philosophy? Weight plus armoring property. Armoring takes all the forces or currents of the river, buffeting forces of the river flow on its chest, and that is called the rigidity of the surface. That is called armoring property. And the self-weight, by which it remains stabilized over there for years to come. So long as weight is concerned, we are misusing the natural material in the form of rock. And today there is no rock available in the world. Or it is available, it is exorbitant in the price. If you use the jute or coir as a reinforcement inside the soil and make it a bulk, a monolith, and use only as a thin armor made up of small rocks, then it will work better. But these kind of applications require some kind of exposure, some kind of showcasing, some kind of marketing, some kind of theorization. And that is lacking here in this country. But if we showcase certain examples, we can do certainly wonders. Just for example, not for bragging. Narmada main canal at Cheney 189 kilometers, those who are conversant with the Gujarat topography, that is near Kapadvanj, that was breaching periodically, like your municipal corporation roads. And Narmada main canal breaching every year 2-3 times, it's a blot on the forehead of the engineers. I repaired it with the jute in 2007. And even today it has never breached. Why it was so much, a longevous solution using this kind of non-longevous material? Because we required consolidation and not the compaction. But right application and then showcasing it, that yes, this can be done. So that is what required actually speaking in India, and then the engineering fraternity will welcome it. So that is what we require. some sort of what you can say marketing of the concepts, not the marketing of the material. And then, we shall have the inroads into the engineering mind frame. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, that's why we require the expertise like you, sir, to pitch in and handhold us in different applications. Yes, rocks are now precious, and sir, you may be surprised to know that there are itself the geotube concept with slag sand. Slag sand gets settled maybe in 3 or 4 years, and you put it in jute bags, and in your stiff, the area which are getting eroded with this current and this thing, and over a period of time, jute will degrade, but the slag sand will become a rock actually, and that will sustain. So you don't need to use the basically natural rock. You can make this waste and make it a rock with the help of jute geotextiles. Yes, it's true that where it is potential, actually, you need to harpen on that. So overall, the natural fibers is having a great potential. And couple of questions from the audience. Somebody, yes, sir. I know you are interested.
We are talking of sustainability, the natural fibers, and now in this fast-changing fashion market, how we can bring in sustainable fashion?
See, sustainable fashion and fast fashion, these are two words. So fast fashion, basically, it is young generation. There are new trends which are very disturbing in nature. One day, one dress. You go to Instagram dress, very disturbing in nature. Lesser than a pizza price, nowadays we get a t-shirt or maybe a dress. So it is basically the responsibility of all the consumers. It is your responsibility, it is my responsibility, especially the responsibility of the younger generation of our country, not of our country, of the entire planet basically. If we buy sustainable products, now we have to decide whether we would like to buy something which would last long, whether we would buy something which is basically versatile in nature, which is timeless in nature, which we can wear again and again, or whether we would like to buy something which wears out very quickly. Yeah, whether we would like to buy something which is not environmental friendly. Entire entire problem starts from the demand. So if the demand for the sustainable products would increase, obviously the supply will always take its own course. So now it is the question of it is now left to the consumers whether they would like to wear very quickly. Solution lies with given.
Since the time is very short, so we'll take the last question.
Last questions. We are talking a lot about sustainability. Of course, it is a very talk subject. I am not going to talk on that. Particular subject, what my interest is the natural fibers. Now, just I want to say is the textile industry. What we call it majorly dominated or major market, what are they? It is the apparel market and non-textiles. Of course, technical textile is coming up slowly, but still not to that level which is consumed by apparel textiles and non-textiles. Now, when we talk about apparel textiles, non-textile, the major market of textiles, the natural fibers are very minimum. Hardly you can count into percentage. Now, why? I have very much interest with Desha. I am working on that. One of the major points which I have observed is the lack of research associations working on natural fibers other than jute. Other than jute, I am using the word. The biggest problem what we are finding is a natural fiber like banana or lotus or pineapple or what we call it a hemp or so many things are there. Yet, no research has been done to develop a machine spinnable fiber, which can be spun on the machine. I would suggest, basically, if Atira can lead to do the research on to develop such type of natural fibers which can be spun on the machine, then definitely yes, the natural fiber consumption will go. As on date, the natural fibers are used only for handloom weaving or for handicrafts. And that's why we are finding the very minimum use of natural fibers. And that's why the synthetic fibers are gaining popularity. And what he talks to Sudesh talk, it is a particular lobby. I also agree with him to work on synthetic fibers. So basically, one of the points which I consider is, along with sustainability, the biodegradability are also important. People are trying to mix both the things. There are vast difference between sustainability and biodegradability. PET bottle converting into the fabric, they call it sustainability. But I call it is non-biodegradable. You are converting one form of plastic into other form of plastic, which is not advisable. But if you convert a cotton or if you mix any natural fiber with cotton or any other fibers, even I would recommend, why don't you work a jute ijira to work with blending of some sort of natural fibers.
Yes, of course.
So,
that blending.
So what we can do is, we have to create the awareness by providing the product, and for that
You're right. Natural fibers like what we are putting emphasis on the jute, it's the other fibers like banana, bamboo, and they are not getting important because there is a lapse in the policy level. Yes, we agree for that. But we have one institute called the National Institute on Natural Fibers and Engineering Technology, NINFET. It's an institute under ICAR. They are developing so many technologies, machineries, and other products.
There is another request to the NIFT and NID people. Why don't you create a fashion using that type of natural fibers rather than concentrating only on synthetic cotton or viscose?
No, I'm sure
if you give the product, the demand will come. पहले कि मुर्गी पहले वो बात मत करो.
No, I don't agree with that because I think definitely NIFT, NID, the students particularly, they are working on this banana fibers, bamboo fibers, and you have now the apparel made of banana fiber, apparel grade fabric and the bamboo fibers. So with this, one more question you want to ask? Quickly.
We are the people who are not been into this part, but from 75 years, I recently done internship in Atira. So if we see the past trend of Ahmedabad city, they're having more than 70 plus industries in Ahmedabad. Right now it is been into 5-7. So might be industries are getting slower down for this all, even for the natural fiber acceptance. Today also, as a civil engineer, we are working with our professors in natural fibers, but there is no acceptability of natural fibers first. In apparel part, we are ready to do everything. Like we are not about much fashion. This is there because industrial people are doing that. और ये सारी चीजें बाहर के लोग कर. They are making mindset of us in this part. So I'll say rather been discussing and even blaming to a generation to generation, we should come on a platform where we need to take it on a different stage. Because गांधी जी का यही ट्राई था कि खाना और कपड़े, यानी ये दो चीज में अगर देश डिपेंडेंट है तभी वो समृद्ध है. And today we are coming back to that by taking this all thing in this part. नहीं तो 20 मिनट चरखा अगर रोज कोई घुमा लेता तो we are समृद्ध. So my question is, sir, how this can come in the same ground and we can work?
So my dear friend, first of all, I was not blaming anybody. It is basically the trend of the younger generation. So it is not one generation is blaming another generation. I would also like to place one very important fact here in this audience, that India as a country, we are the largest producer of cotton. At the same time, we are the largest consumers of cotton.
Yes.
That means we are the producers also and we are consumers also. So as far as usage of natural fibers is concerned, we are the country which is respecting the usage of natural fibers also. We are not only producing, we are also consuming. But at the same time, you see that this is only because of the Western world. This man-made fibers, it is a concept of the Western world. The fast fashion is, by the way, it is not, fast fashion has not come from our country. It has come from the Western world. And we are adapting to that. I mean to say that why not have some fashion which is sustainable in nature? Why not buy something, why not wear something which we can wear again and again? Why not wear something which is timeless in nature? You see, there are certain garments which are timeless in nature. Why would we like to wear something which is disposable in nature? Why it's not required. We look very beautiful in the natural fibers. We look very beautiful in Indian handlooms and handicrafts. You see, right now I'm wearing a jacket which is ikat. It is the oldest weaving technique. It is the oldest weaving technique of our country. So why not wear something which gives us pride as Indians, and only then we will be able to become the Atmanirbhar Bharat. You see, my handloom, my pride, let it be the pride of every citizen of this country. Let it be pride of you. Let it be pride of me. And let it be pride of everybody in this auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you. So, with this, see, the problem with natural fiber is that it's diversified in nature, it's versatile. It is when you are applying it into the apparel sectors, there are many competitions, many questions, many issues will be there, but there are other diversified applications. And since the government regulations is driving for the sustainability, biodegradability, environment friendliness, I mean, it's not only government, it's the entire world is now moving. That shift is there, I mean, throughout. So there is definitely, we can say that the natural fiber market is poised to, observe a continued expansion in the coming years. As in the jute sector, maybe the growth is maybe less because it is a protected market, and the industry, as rightly pointed out by the panelists, that they're at the comfortable zone. But then, of course, the jute is also a versatile material. We have seen many presentations, and right from Professor Gupta, Dr. Sarabhai, and there are pre-lunch session, technical presentations we have showcased what are the different applications of jute. They are already available, the technology is available. So that if the industry adopts, then definitely there are immense potential for the jute sector too. So as finally, this overall the natural fiber market is poised to observe the continued expansion in the coming years, and as companies strive to meet the demands of environmentally aware consumers, they are investing more in research and development of natural fiber products. This investment is leading to the availability of wider variety of eco-friendly options, further fueling the growth of the natural fiber industry. With increased awareness and support from both consumers and from the governments, the natural fiber market is expected to see significant growth in the near future, making it a lucrative sector to tap into for the business. So with this, I conclude the session. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists for your active participation, and thanks to the audience also.
I would request the panelists to please be seated on the stage.
Okay.
Sir, you also please have a seat.
Okay.
I would like to call upon Pragnesh sir to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelist and Dr. I would take the lead set by Dr. Datta. Ladies first. Miss Anamika De. Next, I would request sir to sir, please stay on the stage. Okay. Next, I would request sir to felicitate Dr. Samir Sood. Okay. Mr. Budipta Saha.
We cannot compete in terms of wages. We cannot compete in terms of competition. Most importantly, we cannot compete in terms of testing. We trade. Bangladesh is having that is a duty-free country. We are not a duty-free country. We are not the most favored nation.
Mr. G.R. Verma.
Why not sell that category to the country? Why not sell handloom? I have lost many of our companies. अभी present share of our record अभी 3% रहेगा.
And Mr. Vivek Kapadia. Sir, Dattaji is left. Sir, please. I thank all the panelists for a very productive discussion, and thank you, Dr. Datta, for being the best moderator for this session. So, as we are going to resume with our next session, I would request everyone to please be seated. Okay. Okay. When we talk about new product development, the first thing that comes to our mind is product quality. But how do we get assurance regarding the quality of our product? Through product testing, equipment calibrations, and national and international recognitions. Let's hear our next speaker, Dr. Bhumi Rajaguru, Deputy Director, NABL, regarding lab recognition for testing of jute products and NABL accreditation process.
Good evening, everyone. I think we have heard a lot regarding NABL accreditation, using NABL accredited labs for testing, particularly for textile, geotextile, jute, and all that. So we'll see in brief about NABL first, and then the status of jute testing laboratories in our country. So let us begin. All of you must be knowing that NABL, it is a constituent board under Quality Council of India, and which comes under DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. NABL has been established with an objective to provide government, industry associations, and industry in general with third-party assessment of quality and technical competence. So for quality and technical competence of testing and calibration laboratories, a third-party assessment body was required in our country, and that is the reason NABL was set up. Now we provide our accreditation services in a non-discriminatory manner. That is, any type of laboratories they apply to us, whether it is a government laboratory or a private laboratory, a small laboratory or a large laboratory. We treat all our labs equally. The process remains the same, and we provide them our services in a non-discriminatory manner. In fact, as we all know that NABL, it is an accreditation body. Even we have our system which is established as per ISO 17011, that is conformity assessment requirements for accreditation bodies, which are accrediting conformity assessment bodies. So you must have heard that, like NABL conducts audits regularly, we do assessments as per, we provide accreditation as per ISO standards, but even we have to implement an ISO standard in our organization to remain, and maintain it. Now, these are various accreditation services which we provide. First and foremost is testing laboratories. This is applicable for textile labs, for jute testing labs as well. So we provide accreditation to them as per ISO 17025, that is general requirements for competence of testing and calibration laboratories. Apart from that, it is a requirement that the equipment needs to be calibrated from an NABL accredited calibration laboratory. That is the reason, there are calibration labs also in our country, and we provide accreditation to them also as per the same standard. We provide accreditation to pathology laboratories, that is medical laboratories also, and to proficiency testing providers as well as reference material producers. Now, this is a definition of accreditation. You might have heard certification. You also must have heard accreditation. But just to brief what accreditation is, we will just go through this definition. Accreditation is a third-party attestation related to conformity assessment body. Conformity assessment body means laboratories. Laboratories, which do textile testing, which do jute testing, those laboratories are also known as conformity assessment bodies, conveying their formal demonstration of its competence, impartiality, and consistent operation in performing specific conformity assessment activities. Conformity assessment activities means various tests which are performed on the products. For example, textile products. So, accreditation, it is a third-party attestation related to laboratories, conveying formal demonstration of competence, impartiality, and consistent operation, which is going on in the laboratories, for performing a specific conformity assessment activities, various testing activities. So, this is what is accreditation. Now, these are various disciplines under which we provide accreditation as per ISO 17025. For textile laboratories, jute testing laboratories, mainly the disciplines which are applicable are chemical, mechanical. So these are the disciplines under which laboratories, they are either accredited, or even if you are interested, you can apply for accreditation. Now, these are various schemes under proficiency testing providers for which we provide accreditation as per ISO 17043, like simultaneous scheme, sequential scheme, sampling, etc. Then these are various categories under reference material producer for which we provide accreditation as per ISO 17034. Categories like chemical composition, biological and physical biological and chemical properties, physical properties, engineering properties, and miscellaneous properties. Now, this is a global structure of conformity assessment. There is a main body, if you can see a big circle, that is the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. Apart from that, there are regional corporations also. So India belongs to APAC region, and so we have Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation. Similarly, other regional corporations are there like European, Inter-American, African, Arab Accreditation Council, Southern African Development Corporation or Accreditation, etc. Now, NABL maintains linkages with these international bodies. First and foremost, ILAC, which I said, International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, and then a regional corporation, that is Asia Pacific Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. NABL is a MRA signatory to both these international bodies, that is ILAC and APAC, and it is based on mutual evaluation. That is, we also undergo audit, evaluation, assessment. These are all similar terminologies. So we have to undergo evaluation every 4 years to review our MRA status. Now, how does this MRA helps? MRA, it reduces technical barriers to trade and facilitates acceptance of test or calibration results between countries which MRA partners represent. And the motto is tested once and accepted everywhere. So if your product is tested in an NABL accredited laboratory here in India, then it will be accepted anywhere in the world, because almost all the countries, they are MRA partners, and because of which there is global acceptance of your test reports. Your test reports will be accepted everywhere. It will help in, while doing exports also. Like the products, if at all they are exported, they will be accepted. The test reports of it will be accepted. We undergo evaluation every 4 years. So it started from 2000, and the last which was done, that was an APAC, that was in 2024 February, for all testing, calibration, medical, PTP and RMP. Now, these are various benefits, of why the laboratory should apply for accreditation. First and foremost is international recognition. As we said that we maintain international linkages, we are MRA partners, and the laboratory, we grant them accreditation as per ISO standards. So because of all this, the laboratories, they get international recognition. The products, whichever they are testing, they get access to global market. So that is the reason also many in-house laboratories, the commercial laboratories, they apply for accreditation so that they can test the products which are exported also, and they can gain an access to global market. There is time and money efficiency, because the entire standard, that is ISO 17025, after implementing the clauses of it, laboratory system becomes so robust that you will get reliable and accurate results. So, and there will be time and money efficiency. There will be enhanced customer confidence and satisfaction also once the laboratory gets NABL accredited. The laboratory's quality management system will also become robust day by day. There will be continual improvement. There is reduction in cost also, because you have all your processes in place. You have implemented each and every clause of the standard, and because of which you get reliable and accurate results, and there is cost reduction also. There is better operational control also by implementing the various ISO standards which are applicable here. So because of all these benefits of accreditation, there is the acceptance of NABL accreditation by various government and regulators. These are the list of few, government bodies and regulators who either there is a requirement that, they will accept NABL accredited laboratories only, or they will recognize or approve the labs or the products which are tested in NABL accredited labs. So these are few of them: Ministry of Jal Shakti, FSSAI, APIDA, Export Inspection Council, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, BIS, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Railways, and GEM, that is Government E-Marketplace. Now we'll see the scenario of jute testing laboratories, accreditation status of it. The total number of NABL accredited laboratories, mainly textile testing, jute and geotextile. So total number of NABL accredited laboratories for textile testing in our country is 143. And there is a huge scope. There are many laboratories, so they can apply for accreditation. Then total number of enabled accredited laboratories for jute testing, wherein specifically it is mentioned jute and its products. There are only 15 laboratories in our country which test, which are accredited. There may be many more, but they have not undergone enable accreditation yet. And then there are total geotextile testing laboratories which are accredited is total 40 in number in our country. Now these are various jute tests under chemical discipline. These are the real-time scopes which I have taken from a few of the laboratories. So these are various tests, various products, then the tests and the test methods for which those laboratories are accredited. So tests like oil content, moisture regain in jute canvas, jute bags, jute sackings and fabric, etc. Then these are various tests in mechanical disciplines under mechanical textile material, and in that it is mentioned that these all things are there, and tests are also mentioned along with the test method. So similarly, you can also apply for enable accreditation if at all you have your in-house laboratory. And if you don't have an in-house laboratory, then if you want to check the quality of your products, then please look for accreditation whenever you choose the laboratories. Please choose enable accredited laboratories only whenever you have to test your products. So these are few more tests under geotextile tests in mechanical discipline, and with the various tests and test methods. Now these are the PT providers, proficiency testing providers in our country in textile material. So these are the lists, and it is available on our website also. You can check out and you can participate in PT and before applying for accreditation. As an applicant lab also it's a requirement, and once the laboratory gets accredited, then also they are supposed to participate in PT. They have to submit a 2-year PT plan. So these are accredited PT providers which are available in our country. So that is it regarding enable accreditation, the brief of it, the brief of jute and textile testing laboratory status in our country. That's it. I would request all the government bodies, regulators, and various boards which are over here, that you please make it a requirement that the any manufacturer, they should get their in-house labs accredited, and also all their products should be tested in accredited laboratories only. So that should be made a requirement by all of you all. So thank you so much for your patient hearing. This was in brief about enable accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please stay on stage. I would like to call upon Ms. Anita Kapoor to felicitate Dr. Bhumi Rajaguru.
Ma'am, I want to say one thing. So you have told that there are 5 laboratories for the jute testing.
14 laboratories are there, sir. Yeah. Okay, but for textile there are PT providers.
Yeah.
We can request them.
If you want to get accreditation for any jute specific standard, then we go for the ILC, and we hardly get 4 or 5 jute testing labs. But here you have mentioned 15.
14 laboratories are there. This is a real-time data. So yesterday I have searched from our website and I have taken the data. There are 14 laboratories in which, you'll have to, when you will do the laboratory search, then you will have to select the jute and its products. And then you will get the list of these 14 laboratories. And we can, in fact, request the PT providers also, whoever are there in, textile testing PT providers, that they should extend their scope for jute also. But for that, there should be laboratories in our country. So if the laboratories are there, then PT providers will definitely launch a scheme, sir.
But as on today, there is no PT provider.
PT providers for textile, it is there. So we can request them, but they should also get customers. That is, customers would be laboratories. So first, more and more laboratories should get accredited for jute testing.
then only PT providers will also come up. We will.
And we are the first jute mill to get accreditation 2 years back.
Oh, that's great, sir. Congratulations for that. Thank you. Yeah, any other question? Yeah, any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next session for today is Mr. Sukanta Samanta, GM, AB Composites. Is he there?
Just a minute.
Good evening. We are the manufacturer of bamboo jute composite and jute composite, and we make composite for mover to habitation. We got National Award for developing jute composite in 2001. We are making product for Indian Railway like roof sealing, tacking ring, location box, flooring board, and packing for background cranes. Also, we have some domestic product like corrugated roof sheet, doors, windows, and furnitures. Our doors have been provided in Indira Parivaran Bhavan, the first green building made by CPWD in Delhi. This is the Ministry of Environment Office. Our doors are provided in SG Hub in Kolkata. We have supplied 20,000 number of doors and windows to IIT Dhanbad. We have provided roofing for NID Jorhat. We have made this beach resort for Osaka at Pondicherry. This is all from jute composite and bamboo composite. These are the high altitude shelter or high altitude igloo shelter for Indian Army and as well as Indian Astronomical Observatory. It's made from jute only. These are the shelter in Muguthang and Bumla Pipi. These we made with Atira jointly with the help of NJB. Also, we are making some amphibious shelter for survival of animal in the time of flood in Assam. This is also made from jute. These are the BI specification of jute composite door. This is a roofing sheet made from jute, and this is the specification from BIS for jute composite roofing. These are the values. This is specific gravity is 1.1 of this product, 1.1 to 1.4 for this product. Water absorption is 0.3, about 3% only. It is fire resistance, thermal conductivity is very low, tensile strength is 80 MPa minimum, cross breaking is 90, 130 minimum compressive strength. These are the physical property of this product. And we are supplying our product to these organizations. Our main approach is to use zero wood, zero steel, and zero cement, and use the natural fibers and natural composite. Thank you, sir.
I would like to call upon Ms. Jyoti Taskar to felicitate Mr. Samantha. Thank you so much, sir. Our last session for today is a panel discussion. Our last session for today is a panel discussion on scope and opportunities for jute and allied natural fiber composites. This session will be moderated by Professor Amresh Pahigrahi. And the panelists for this session would be Dr. Tanmay Gangopadhyay, our next panelist would be Mr. Ashish Patel, CEO, Hindustan Fiberglass Works. Mr. Amrit Patel, Director, Signature Laminates, Ahmedabad. And Mr. Alpesh Gajjar, Director, Ziffer Polymers Private Limited. I would now request Professor Amresh to
very good afternoon to all of you. So this is welcome to the panel discussion, the scope and opportunities for the natural fiber composite with a specific focus to the jute-based composites. As sustainability becomes increasingly important across the industry, natural fibers like jute, known as golden fiber, has emerged as a key player of developing an eco-friendly material. Traditionally, jute is known to be a textile and packaging material, but with, I think, the intervention of the scientific communities, you can see that there is an advancement of the sector, the automotive, constructions and interior. Jute fiber has a remarkable mechanical properties such as lightweight, moderate tensile strength and low density, making them ideal to composite materials. This materials is not only the sustainable alternative to the synthetic fiber and glass and carbon, but they have also a potentials to support the rural economy and jute growth in the region. However, several challenges still exist, such as improving jute compatibility to polymer matrix and scaling up the manufacturing process. So basically in this discussion, we'll delve into the current and future potential of the jute composites as an engineering material. We aim to explore how this material can reduce the environmental impact, contribute to the circular economy, and become the viable alternative to the conventional material. So we have a distinguished panel. I'll definitely like to welcome on board Sri Amrit Patel, Director, Signature Laminate Private Limited, as a leader in the decorative laminates in the agro-waste-based particle board industry. His expertise will provide us with the insight into how jute composite can influence in the furniture and interior design sector. Sri Alpesh Gajjar, Sir, Director, Jaipur Polymer Private Limited, bringing his vast experience in automotive compound development and recycling of the polymer material. Having working with the industries giants like Polylink, Polymers, and Reliance Industries, his perspective in integrating jute composite into the automotive sector will be truly enlightening for us. Sri Ashish Patel, CEO of Hindustan Fiber Glass Work Private Limited, is at the forefront of the furnishing and furbishing railway coaches, including iconic trains like Vande Bharat, Rajdhani Express. His knowledge in the applying composites in the railway industries will help us in exploring the new applications jute composites in the transportation sector. Dr. T. Gangopadhyay, Deputy Director at the Center of Excellence for Composite at ATIRA, is a renowned expert in composite material research. His deep understanding of the technical challenges and advancement in the field will give us the research-oriented view how to enhance and compatibility and performance of the jute composite. So we'll start with our panel discussion. So I'll go back to Sri Amrit Patel ji. So with your given experiences in the laminate industry, how do you see the jute-based composites being integrated into the decorative laminate industries and the furniture industry? Do you think that the material eventually replace the traditional wood-based product? What is your point of view?
I represent composite panel industry. As you know very well, furniture, wood and wood composite panels dominate, mainly they are the raw material for the furniture. Why wood and wood composite panel and not other any surfacing material or any panels? Because wood has a unique properties and it meets all the parameters which furniture require. Whereas nobody paid attention for any other raw material. But years back, there is an institute in Bangalore, IPRITI, if you know IPRITI. In collaboration with IPRITI, some industrialists tried to develop particle board out of bagasse. Bagasse, you must be knowing, it is a sugarcane waste. So, in the earlier days, it was very headache for sugar mills to dispose of excess bagasse, so they had to burn it, which was not environment friendly. But finally, they came out with solution, and nowadays the whole of bagasse is being consumed for the making the particle boards. And today, this bagasse particle board industry is flourishing, and nowadays the whole of bagasse is being consumed by particle board industry. So similarly, jute is also an agro product. So I think if jute or find out some solution for mechanical production and its for production of composite panel, then this can be a good panel for furniture industry in future. And this fiber is natural, biodegradable, and also eco-friendly. So I think jute board must see that this can be, how it can be produced in a mass scale. That is what mainly requirement. Thank you.
That's good to know. Sir, how the mass production, how you think that mass production will...
Very good question. If you see, we are also into a agri-based particle board industry. So certain machines are needed to develop for mass production. If some machines and technology advancement is to be looked into, then this can go in a very big way. Here also I would like to tell you one thing. Whatever good fibers that you can use for textile or anything. But if you want to produce particle board, then there is no need of good quality fiber. Whatever wastage remains out of after using these fibers that can be used for industry.
Right. So I think the earlier panel, we have the similar kind of discussion where the industry requires to innovate the technological machineries to make our industry grow in a particular direction. Jute industry can be grown further. So with
one more point.
Yeah.
As far as my knowledge, these jute fibers are in northeast states like West Bengal and other states.
Yeah.
So if this composite panel industry is to be developed, then these fibers cannot be brought to the other state because of their bulky in nature. It is not viable to transport because of logistic cost. So jute board should look that they should promote some industrialists to put up industries wherever this jute is available. Here also, one more thing jute board can do is that I have seen some artifacts, some gifting items, some packaging items, some home decor products our villagers are producing in an artistic way. But actually they are not finding the proper place to market it. So jute board can do that also for them to provide some platform where they can sell their products at a reasonable price. But that is one way of using jute. But if jute board looks for this composite panel, then it is a mass producing industry and mass consumption is there. If you look at worldwide, then you see whatever ready-made furniture is there, that is out of particle board. Whereas in India, still we are using wood, plywood and particle board. So there is a lot of scope for particle board out of jute, and I think this can be done easily. For this, you can take help of Ipriti, Bangalore.
Right. Thank you, sir. Definitely localization of the industry is very, very important. As I understand that, the whole eastern part of the country is more the production of jute, where we are looking at the whole industry is actually in the western part of the country. That is where the localization is definitely important. So I'll next going to the panel member, Alpesh Gajjarji. So in your work with automotive, polymer and recycling, where do you see the biggest potential for the jute composite in the automotive industry?
Yeah, first of all, good evening and thank you very much for inviting and giving my views. Now, this automotive sector is not, I will not like to focus only on the automotive sector. There is a tremendous potential available in the field of polymer compounds or maybe replacing certain polymer applications. At this stage, I would like to point out when COP29 is expected this year end. So globally also people are talking about that circular economy, sustainability. Now there will be a lot of policies also will frame up for in this plastic sector, which is an environmental issue in terms of disposal of lot of plastic products. So recycling of plastic products, and there are few policies are framing up, especially packaging industry. Next year it will come in place that every packaging product, 30% of renewable or a recycled plastic product is used to needs to be used. Now the application in which the huge potential is available is that where we can encase using such a natural fiber composites kind of a jute and any other also, is that if we make a composite out of a recycled plastics, thermoplastics, polypropylene or polyethylene, which are the widely used products in the industry. So if we make a composites out of polypropylene and polyethylene, then there is a tremendous applications available, whether you take automotive, so automotive is interior trims, speaker trim, footrest, the bumper. So there, and in fact, in these industries, a lot of synthetic fibers are already used. Glass fiber is the widely used product in this industry. So replacing glass fiber with this one, there are a lot of automotive industries are also looking for this kind of development that is with jute or maybe a banana fiber. So where people have also tried on a trial scale using this application, but still not hugely commercialized. So there are a lot of technical challenges are also available which needs to be addressed. Then the potential is very, very huge in this application. Then if you talk about the recycled HDP with jute fiber, then in furniture industry, see, if you make a composites with a thermoset, then the productivity is limited because these kind of applications are a batch kind of a process. But if you apply these products in an extrusion or an injection molding, which are a wide scale, high productivity applications, then the consumption will be still much multifold. So these are what I would like to say about this to increase the consumption of the jute fiber in a composites.
Right. So I think what I understand is the combination of the both jute and the existing ecosystem what the production has. There could be a lot of potential to grow it further, So that is what you're proposing here.
Correct. Yeah.
So what do you think, sir? What is the when you're going for the high performance application? So what are the different kinds of challenges? What you think this combination will bring?
See, the challenge is that the availability of glass fiber, which is available in a small 3 millimeter of length and 11 micron diameter, and its nature is free flow. If I wanted to use it in a compounding extruder, I can easily use it. Equipments are available. So if we can make a jute fiber in form of small 3 millimeter length and a 11 micron diameter, and which is free flow in nature, easily people can develop compounds out of that. The disadvantage of jute fiber is that its high hygroscopic nature, so which reduces the strength of the material against the glass fiber. But there are still certain applications where we can easily use it if this moisture related issue is sorted out.
Right. So there is an interesting contradiction here. So where one side we are talking about jute as a sustainability, other side is we are looking for performance. So it's a very interesting combination where you can see the life of the product to be reduced the same time, also giving the performance in the same time. So it's quite interesting to look at how I think the technology will give us the answer with time, how we'll improve the performance based on the polymer combinations and jute combination. So we'll move on to the next panelist, Sri Ashish Patel. Sir, continuing your expertise in the railway coaches refurbishment, can you tell us the feasibilities of alternative of lightweight, durable material in the sector of railway?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, I'm not from this forum, from the jute, but I would thank to Mr. Gangopadhyay, who just persuaded me to come here. And I'm taking pride that yesterday the train which was inaugurated, the Vande Metro, the entire designing of the interiors for the composites has been done by Hindustan Fibres. All the Vande Bharat, the conceptual design done by the Yellow Window Belgium, and manufactured prototype has been done at Baroda at Hindustan Fibre. All the Vista Dome, which is name a train, we are there. But it is heartening to tell you that there is no jute fibers there. It's all the glass fiber. Now the question is that why? I always ask myself and the industries and the government bodies like you. So let me tell you from my experience. I worked with Jai Ramchandra Nijira in May 1999. We were working to implement the jute with the Indian Railways, but it did not happen. The Indian Railways, there is a transition period from metal to the composites for the glass fiber. Just because the Dr. Abdul Kalam, he was heading the Ministry of Science and Technology that time in the era of 2000, where LHB coaches came from Germany, all the new ones. They are the composite, because there was also the same situation like what jute industries for composites has. There was no ecosystem. The raw materials were not there. However, the government bodies, test bodies like ATIRA, and there were many industries there, laboratories were successful. Trials were all successful, but there was no industry to come up.
So there was a tri-party meeting, tri-party agreement between the government of India and those who are willing to invest as a small scale industry, that I would like to develop a panel, I would like to develop the lights, I would like to develop the seat and berth. And I'm trying to tell you the immediate, you can get it as a textile, is that upholstery. You find all the trains, which is an upholstery, everywhere you will find in the trains that there is an upholstery. Atira can develop that upholstery, but unfortunately, what are the guidelines? Guidelines as the EN standard, which you are also, Atira is also been accredited right now with RDSO. EN guideline is specifically the European guidelines for the rolling stock, which is a mass transit. Here, there is no IS specification. Just before the NABL, I was just seeing that all your specification IS standards. Now there is a paradigm shift of mindsets. The industry is here to invest, but when they will invest like me, if there is a market, how the market will be generated, the demand will be generated only by the regulations. So there are n number of items, all right from the paneling. If you see the Vande Bharat, the complete front and nose cone, that is glass fiber. Absolutely a structural fiber. But resin is again epoxy resin, polyester resins. We are right now working with NAL, National Aeronautics Limited, Bangalore, and HAL. We are doing, as you also all know, that Honorable Prime Minister has started a big focus on the ecosystem of aerospace. Why you are talking about aerospace? The carbon fiber comes in. See, all the regulations are there. Who is controlling the regulations? The Boeing, the Airbus, all the American and European regulations. Similarly, if you want to have an advancement in the rolling stock, the railways, all your regulations are EN, not IS, not BIS. One of our vertical is the sanitary napkin for lady sanitary napkin. Government of India and High Court has mandated that all the sanitary napkins will go to the Prathamik Shala from class 8 to 10 as a free delivery. In that, we have achieved the banana fiber as an absorbent material and the non-woven material. But packaging still remains with the plastic, because earlier speaker already said a very, very good word, complementing each other and competing with each other. So jute can be complementing, but sometimes it has to compete. It will only compete, sir, with due respect to the whole ecosystem here, if the government agencies mandate from the top and the laboratories or the experimenting bodies like Atira can do the successful trial, and then the demand can be generated. With that demand, industry, you need not to wait. Industry will queue up in front of Atira. Sir, I would like to invest in this. Give me this technology. Give me this technology. So composites have an immense applications in aircraft, in the railway sectors. Railway sector, we have replaced 80% of the metal. Now I'm telling you, sir, we are working on the wagons, goods, which is with the mild steel. We are now transiting into carbon fiber right now, but not with the jute. So the huge amount of, the tons of this alloys are being replaced by the composites, but not with the jute. Jute, as I was really thankful and enlightened by this forum. It is really an enlightened forum for me that we would know zero about jute, but I can get an enlightenment that what jute has gone very far ahead in terms of research, in terms of, a mass scale prototyping, but commercialization is awaited. So I would request, sir, and it is our duty as an ecosystem, that jute is an Indian crop. Let us make this local crop as a global commodities and transform into commodities. Recycling is there, everything is there. Very nicely, conveyed by Mr. Amrit ji, that even a waste of anything can be kept inside this particle board. It's a wonderful. And even if you see the railway flooring, sir, railway flooring is a compressed wood. Still now, in the Vande Bharat, we were importing from Italy, Bellotti, the compressed wood, because of the water ingress and EN standard, just because of the EN standard. No wood in India was compliant to the EN standard. Now again, we have transited back from the second rake onwards. Out of 75 rakes, 2 rakes were imported, and from third rake onwards, everything was indigenized, but with the glass fiber, not with the jute. So I would definitely come up with the
suggestions what you have, but my suggestions is that as an entrepreneur, I need a demand. I need orders to invest. And orders will come with the regulations. Just now, the people left, they can influence the ministry to just implement this specification. Yeah, still you are there, sir. And we would request you, sir, upholstery, as textile, Atira is with the textile. Upholstery is an immense used in above IDSO. It is implemented, the colors and everything. And we do the color schemes for them, rendering of the color scheme. My NID, Mr. Professor Praveen Nahar, we work with IIT Bombay, with the Professor Munshi for the modular toilets. So there are color schemes, we work with them in a very close association. So Jute has a very, bright, I would say the bright future, but properly implemented through regulations, then only it can come. In Europe, if you see the automobile, so they're now, I'm pleased to say that after this Paris climate change, automobile is now using their agriculture waste as a flex in the thermostat composites. And they made the regulation that this automobile manufacturers will need to use at least 20% of the raw material as a agriculture waste. But that's a regulation. So here, Jute is having potential, Jute is having everything, but is lacking the regulations for implementation. That's what I need to say, sir. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Your point is loud and clear. It's very important, is when you're talking about, Jute has a potential, we are talking about, but with the regulatory bodies need to support certain kind of ecosystem to flourish. Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to the Dr. T. Gangapathy. Sir, so this is looking at your expertise in the composite. Can you share your insights into the latest research which is enhancing the jute industry and the fiber compatibility and the polymer matrix especially? So you can talk about that.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I want to tell my Ashish Patel that our heading is Innovate Locally, Sustain Globally. So you were saying for a product which must be available in India, but it should have a market, global market. So that is the thing. Anyway, I want to say that Jute, as Alpesh mentioned, that composite generally what we see, it's a batch process. And they are in the business of a continuous extrusion process where mass production can be done. It's a huge production rate. So we really need to, look into the, manufacturing process and also the automation in the jute composite sector, where injection molding, extrusion process. Although pultrusion is one of the process, it's a continuous process. Always must have seen that. But in pultrusion, there are limitations. Only profiles can be made. But for this intricate component, having intricate design and all these things, injection molding is the answer. So, and that must be produced. That cannot be produced from continuous fiber. It has to be produced from the cut fibers. So, and in that case, what he was saying, the flowability in the machine, in the hopper, in the whenever polymer material is fed and the fiber is fed, the fiber should flow. The glass fiber flow is excellent in the hopper. It flows with the polymer material at same speed. But in case of jute, as it is this little hygroscopic material, so it's stuck up actually in the hopper. So he has rightly pointed out the manufacturing difficulties which we need to address, and we really need to convert from the batch process to the continuous process. We have to do a lot of research about whether the flowability of the fibers can be improved. And adhesion is also one of the most important factors. The compatibility which can be, and enough literatures are available, silent coupling agent, malic anhydride grafted material and all these things. Compatibility is not a major issue. There enough literature and a lot of research has been done to improve the compatibility of the jute fiber with the resin system. So that is available. Only thing, some few selected projects should be undertaken and a group of scientists must work to fulfill the goal. there should be a perfect application. This is the application, and what are the specifications required in that application, and then we have to backward integrate this, how it can be achieved using jute and all this. So that is case to case basis. It cannot be, the same technology, same process, same chemistry cannot be used in all applications. So applications must be decided first. And another thing, what I see, all the chairs are made from, I think, teak wood. So this can easily can be made from jute composite. Only thing I think the major question coming in this case is that carpenters are not comfortable with composite. The carpenter is the end user of the basically the furniture industry. The carpenter must be convinced that it can be processed, it can be fabricated like wood only. So that there must be some problem why the carpenters are not very interested to use the composite material compared to the wood material. So that what difficulties they are facing, what are the challenges there, that also must be addressed. So these are the few things which I will.
It's a very interesting point of view. I think as the wood decreases, the new material is been created. There's a new skill need to be done. There's a new school has to be created to try and support those skill members.
And I request that as a NIT professor, you also look into this matter that, how you are a designer of the product basically.
Yes.
So why carpenters are not interested, that needs to be seen. And those specific problems must be addressed.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a jute sale. One point of time, Professor Jala was working with us, and we have a natural fiber lab. Also, we work a lot of students working in this industry, in this domain especially. Definitely, composite is one of the area we have to work more on. Thank you so much to the panel. I am waiting for any questions from the audience. Would you like to ask any questions? No? Okay, so maybe with the last questions what I have for the open for the panel, whoever is interested to take it up. I'm very keen that, just looking at the rapid, we are definitely talking about jute is an opportunity there in the coming future. And so could you see the rapid shift towards the jute-based material in the coming years? What do you think, where we are heading towards? And one side of the story is that, and the second side of the story is, if all jute has been produced for the mass manufacturing product, then what will happen to the sustainability angle? The other side of the story is. Anybody would like to address this?
No, actually, see, this is a very chicken and egg question. For that, the institutes like Atira are there who can make DPR, as he rightly said, Dr. Gangopadhyay, that it should be a very product-specific thing. Like wherever the jute is there, it cannot be replaced overnight. It has a transition period. It will come gradually. Nothing is for forever. But everything has their own time for a limitation, like design life cycle cost, or a sustain life cycle cost, or a farmer life cycle cost. Even in India, and not only in India, in every part of the world, farming land is being decreased. If you see the world statistics. So the farming land is also a big challenge, like converting a farming land to a non-agriculture land is a big issue worldwide. So the ecosystem for the whole, any item is like that, like simply in early 1970s, it was with the iron ore. When the iron and aluminum alloy came, the same transition period was like that for the automotive industry. The Indian automobile industry was thinking that if the iron and the aluminum alloy will be used more, there will be need more bauxite and more minings, and in government of India was stopping discouraging the mining. So the things will always come in that way, but composite, let us take off jute to aerospace, I would like to say. That is what our motto should be. then only the whole, everyone will be thriving with the universities, the farmers, the entrepreneurs, the intermediaries and everybody. That's an answer to this, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
ATIRA is also taking up some project. My colleague, Dr. Partha Boydi, who is expert in graphene. So graphene coating, by graphene coating on jute, you can, at least 100 times increase in the tensile properties you can achieve. So those are the process. What he was saying that Ashish Bhai is saying that we have to think for, aerospace application. And for that, you need that adequate strength of carbon fiber, You have to match the carbon fiber strength. So though research is going on, so let us see what.
Yes.
how
So
far
I
we can
think, yeah, definitely. There is a lot of other areas like marine, maybe there's the medical field, it could be agriculture field. There's a lot of areas where we can enter in. Thank you so much for the. Yes, please.
There's too much bulk in the waste that is generated. Do you think industry is also responsible for making up, I want to say, technologies that can be deployed at low funds but at multiple places? So instead of a 100 crore plant, we can make like 5 crore plants but at 50 different places, because that will improve the logistics, and if that is possible, because again, machinery in itself are huge. Yes.
Yes. As you said, that is possible because we are into production of bagasse-based particle board. So major sugar factories are in Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Few are there in Andhra and Karnataka also. So there, in all the places, there are small MSME units in Uttar Pradesh as well as in Gujarat. In Gujarat, in South Gujarat, sugar mills are there. So most of the particle board factories are located nearby sugar mills, because as I said, this is a bulky product, so always transportation cost is to be considered. So that is why it is better to have some small unit nearby sugar factory. Similarly, in this case, in case of jute, you can have different factories at a different locations with minimum investment.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
One more suggestion.
Yes.
As Ashish Patel said, regarding regulatory authority, that is very, very valid question.
Yes.
Because why EN standard and why not BIS standard? So that should be taken up with the ministry, so that if we have to follow BIS standard, then it is very easy, and if some mandatory use of whatever compact panel or whatever produced out of jute, if this becomes some mandatory with BIS standard, then this industry can grow like anything.
Yeah, you're right, sir. So I think now Make in India is one of the biggest drive we have, and in that perspective, definitely is already important. We have already BHA as a shoes standard system already existing and recently launched. I think that way we can. There's a lot of different standards has to be created within our country. Thank you for giving a very important comment to I'm sure the people who are here will take it to the next level. Thank you. I think with this, I'll rest the meeting, the panel discussion. Thank you so much with all your guidance and kind of advice and then suggestions and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. I would request everyone to please stay on the stage. I would like to invite Ms. Dipali Palawat for the felicitation ceremony of our panelist. First is Mr. Alpesh Kachar. Next, we have Mr. Amrit Patel. Mr. Ashish Patel. Dr. Tanmay Gangopadhyay. And Professor Amrish Bahigre. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the panelists. I would request Dr. Gangopadhyay to stay on the stage. Rest all the panelists can please come down. So with this, we have come to an end of the technical sessions, and we would now be having the certificate distribution ceremony, followed by we would have the certification distribution ceremony, followed by a group photograph. So I request everyone to please stay till the end. In the morning, we had a exhibition visit. You saw that we had some stalls. So first, the certification distribution ceremony for the exhibitors. I would like to invite Dr. Ganguly and Dr. Datta on stage. Yes. First, I would like to invite a representative from Birla Corporation Limited, Kolkata. Next, representative from Wool Research Association. Next, okay, representative from AV Composites, Kolkata. Representative from Nawapara Khadi Gram Udyog Mandal, Junagadh. Last, we have representative from Shri Suhasini Hastakala Sahakari Mandal. No? Okay. So that's the end of the certification distribution ceremony for the exhibitors. Thank you everyone for putting up your exhibition. Thank you, sir. Would you like to say something? No, sir. First we have certificate distribution ceremony. Yes. So next we have the certificate distribution ceremony for the volunteers, without the support of which this event wouldn't have been a success. I would like to invite Pragnesh sir and Dipali ma'am on stage. Our first volunteer for today is Ms. Bhavna Pujari. इधर ही है. I request everyone to please clap for them. Miss Kalpana Gorkha. She is not here. Miss Palak Gandhi. Miss Nita Seth. Miss Nita. Mr. Raj Darji. Vishal Panchal. Chinmay Prajapati. Ganesh Prajapati. Shri Om Godevar. राज दर्जी के बाद है विशाल पंचाल. विशाल के बाद चिन्मय. चिन्मय के बाद गणेश. नहीं. गणेश के बाद श्री ओम. बाबतोष. बाबतोष इज हियर. ओके. पार्थ पटेल. धर्मेश रिजवानी. ग्रेटा मैम. शशिकांत पाटिल. and Paresh Bhai. I would request everyone to please assemble in the front for the group photograph. Ma'am, sir, a few more people for the certificate. Miss Anita Kapoor. Miss Jyoti Taskar. Mr. Bhushan Chaudhary, and Mr. Subramaniam Pujari.
And Anjali Vadhwani. May I request everybody to kindly assemble for the group photo right in the front here?
So now we have the tea session
Okay, so we would now be gathering for networking tea and refreshments.